Hello, Linda.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Jonathan.
Linda. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Thank you. We moved because we wanted to be nearer family, children and grandchildren at midsummer. That was the first stage of the move. Our furniture had to go into storage, which turned out to be storage for 11 weeks. And then we moved into the new house when we were able to at the beginning of October.
Is that because your new property was being built for you?
No. It was just the chain involved. We couldn't get in before that.
Oh, right.
So we moved at beginning of October, and our furniture was delivered by this removal firm. And there were a lot of issues on the day of removals in terms of scratches and a torn bed settee and one or two other things. So the company were aware, or the people were aware at the time, and they admitted some of those damages.
So, sorry, was the damage done when it was being taken from your home to the storage facility, or don't you know when the damage occurred?
I know that the bed settee occurred on the day of removal because the chap said, hands up, I'm sorry, this is just torn as we were taking out of the vehicle. Mm-hmm. The other scratches and things, one or two happened when they were assembling furniture, and they were there and I was there, and we saw the damages. The scratch is quite bad in some cases.
So that was on the day where the furniture was moved out of storage into your new property?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
And they said, okay, contact the office and let us have pictures. And so we did. So for the 7 days that they gave us to notice any damages or scratches or breakages, we were emailing the company, informing them, taking pictures, and we phoned them and let them know. We were told at the end of the 7-day process that that was it, that was your 7 days. And since then, so it's now 6 weeks later, we are still without some of the furniture, parts of furniture, like tables, the legs of a dining room table we're missing, and some other items are missing still. They were due to be, or one of them was due to be delivered week beginning the 21st of October. We're still waiting. That was about 3.5 weeks ago. I think the issue is that there is lack of communication from the company, lack of progress. When we phone and contact, yes, somebody gets back and there's a little step forward. We have asked that we receive some sort of recognition for the damages that can't be repaired. We're happy for their furniture restorer to come and restore the items that are damaged. They've actually been and conducted a visit. We haven't heard about their report, and we're just really 6 weeks later, and we're struggling to get any contact from the company and move forward. And
it's very frustrating. And the removals company, and can I just use this as an opportunity just to remind everyone listening to the programme how important it is when you are selecting a removals company. Just take a step back for 1 second and let's just think about what an important job that is. You are saying to a company, normally a company that you haven't had dealings with before, I want you to come to my property and take every single item I have ever worked hard to buy, every single item that I have been left by deceased relatives that sentimentally are very valuable. I want you to come and take all of that and transport it elsewhere in a lorry. When you just think about the responsibility, it's huge. And it's really important when you are looking for a removals company to make sure you really are using a good, reputable company. You do not be tempted to just, look for the cheapest possible deal you can find on the internet from someone who seems to have a van. When things go wrong, it can be absolutely devastating. So it's really important to use a good, reputable removals company. Don't cut corners. I know that moving house is very expensive, but please don't cut corners when it comes to the removals company. It's too important. The job is too important to end up, giving the job to Bodgett and Scarpa, who then damage all your stuff, disappear with half of it, or as we had on the programme recently, the worst removals case I've ever dealt with, a case where a company turned up, disappeared with the possessions, and then held those possessions ransom to the tune of about £10,000 before the family could get it back. This is the terrible predicament you can put yourself in. Now, I don't want anything that will identify this company, Linda, but are they a good, reputable company that I will have heard of?
I think so. And
are they a member of a trade association?
I think so.
Okay. Have you spoken to the trade association yet?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. Well, I think we need to get a bit of detail and we need to go and have a little word and see what we can find out. Fingers crossed they are a good, reputable company that have made one or two mistakes and that when we go and talk to them, they'll say, yeah, terribly sorry about that. We'll get it all sorted out. I really hope what we're not going to find is that this is some company that, to be honest, you would really regret ever having done business with, and you're never going to get anything back from them. Yeah. Let's see what we can do. How much did it cost you? What was their fee?
Their fee in total for the two-stage removal and the storage was £8,200 nearly.
£8,200. Okay. And that included the storage for how long?
11 weeks.
Okay. Fine. Okay, let's see what we can find out. I'm going to pass you back to Miles.
Hello.
Can we just get that detail and go and have a little word, please?
Of course we can.
Thank you very much. Okay, Linda, hang on. You've moved down here to Beds, Hearts and Bucks, have you?
Yes, we have, yes.
Are you loving it? Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we do. We love it, and we love being near our family as well.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, you're very welcome, and I hope you really enjoy your new life in Beds, Hearts and Bucks. It's a cracking place to live. Linda, let's see if we can help you out with this removals issue. I'll pass you back to Miles, okay?
Thank you, Jonathan, very much.
Hang on there, please. If you have a consumer problem, 08081 008800, that's the number to call.
Tackling your consumer problems.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
In July, Sue went to stay in a hotel for 2 nights. The total cost of the break was £119. When she arrived at this hotel and she went to see the room, she was rather appalled, actually, because although there was new linen on the bed, she felt as if the rest of the room had not been cleaned properly.
The sink was full of water. The tea tray was empty, apart from dirty cups and glasses. The other thing was that this particular hotel had a strap line across the advertisement saying new rooms. The room wasn't new and certainly hadn't been refurbished. So I went down and reported it to reception. I was told there was no housekeeping available until the morning and the hotel was fully booked. So I then said, right, okay, I'm going to have to make the best of this bad lot or sleep in my car. So I said, okay, can you guarantee you will clean the room thoroughly tomorrow? Because, as I said, the bed had been done. I had no qualms with that. The linen had been changed. So I made the best of it and they cleaned the room the following day, which is against their COVID policy.
Well, Sue was really unhappy with all of this. But as far as I was concerned, Sue wasn't being in any way greedy. She simply contacted the hotel and said, I am really disappointed with this, and I would like my first night's stay refunded, please. Well, I couldn't understand why the hotel had not fallen over themselves to refund Sue for that first night's stay. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous to expect her to have had to pay for a stay in a hotel room where the room is not ready. It's just unacceptable, completely and utterly unacceptable. And that's what I went to explain to this hotel company on Sue's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sue.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Sue. So as you are well aware, this is Premier Inn. And Premier Inn said, we've taken a look at this one and we completely agree. Sue's experience has fallen short of the high standards our guests rightly expect, for which we apologise. Whilst the room was cleaned, Cups were left in the bathroom sink in error. Unfortunately, due to a miscommunication between our customer service advisors, it wasn't understood that a resolution had not been reached. We will therefore be refunding the night's stay. Well, that response came back in October. In fact, I think it's safe to say it's probably about a month ago, wasn't it, that we received that response from them.
I think so, yeah.
Very disappointed to learn recently that the money had still not appeared in your account. So I went to chase up with Premier Inn. They came back and said, we're genuinely quite surprised to hear that, because as far as we're concerned, we have processed that refund. They then came back to suggest that there may well have been an issue in terms of the account that it was being paid back to, but they promised they were going to get to the bottom of it and get it all sorted out. Has anything happened, Sue?
Yes, it appeared in my account this morning. I had an email from them on the 10th of November to say that it was being credited, and it popped up on my account this morning. So,
Fantastic.
yes, thank you very much.
Great.
We got there in the end.
Well, it's taken a while, hasn't it? And again, I mean, I really hope that lessons would have been learnt. We all understand that sometimes mistakes can happen. However, sending a client, a customer, to a room that is not ready, no matter how not ready that is, and as far as, you know, I know they talk about how it was just some cups in the sink, but you said didn't...
Jonathan, I'm not sure how they know that, because they didn't come to the room.
Well, I presume that was what was relayed to them by whoever it was they spoke to who works for them, who should have cleaned the room.
Exactly, yes. But they never actually came to the room to see what any complaint was. So, you know.
Look, it's just not acceptable. And as you know, there was one stage where I was thinking of going into the hotel industry. I mean, I think my hotel, can you imagine what my hotel would have been like? It would have been a cross between, I'd like to think, a very well-run hotel and Fawlty Towers.
I have stayed in hotels like that, and they're great fun.
Yeah, I think it was probably better for everyone that I did change my career path, but that was certainly what I wanted to go into originally. But it's just not acceptable when you are in the hospitality industry, even if you're the manager. There comes a time when ultimately sometimes you might have to put your rubber gloves on and go and clean a room quickly, because for whatever reason things have happened and the hotel hasn't been, you know, the bathroom hasn't been cleaned or the bed hasn't been made or whatever it is. And the paying customer, to be honest, couldn't care less about your staffing issues, couldn't care less whether the person who's responsible for cleaning the rooms has gone home for the day. The simple fact is, if you don't have another room to move the customer to, as far as I'm concerned, you take the customer to the bar, you give the customer a free drink and an apology, whilst you yourself, the manager, stick some rubber gloves on, go and grab a bucket of disinfectant and go and clean the room properly for them. I mean, it's unacceptable that you would ever have been left in that position. And the fact that ultimately you ended up having to stay in the room that you say wasn't properly cleaned. There were bits all over the carpet. You said the carpet hadn't been cleaned properly. Bathroom...
It just hadn't been cleaned. There was no way it had been cleaned. Well, no. It certainly wasn't my idea of clean, put it that way.
No. Well, it's not acceptable. And I'm sure many, many hotels I know are really struggling in terms of staffing levels, and they haven't got enough people to work in those hotels at the moment. I do recognise that is a problem, but it's no excuse. It's no excuse. The customer shouldn't then have to put up with the room that is not ready for them because you as a company haven't managed to get enough staff to go and clean the rooms. Now, they do apologise. They have now given you the money back for that first night. Is all forgiven? Do I thank them and give them the horn or not?
Oh, I do. I think we do thank them. I mean, they struggled to get there, but I do think, yes, we have to thank them, don't we?
Brilliant. OK. Well, I will give Premier Inn the horn. If you have any other problems, Sue, you know where we are.
Yeah, and thank you so much. It's been such a great help. I think it's a shame that we have to involve yourself, but
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
it's
but
lovely to know you're there.
Yeah, listen, I've got a big mortgage to pay, so if it wasn't for companies making the occasional cock up, you know, I'd be struggling, I think. So there we go. Silver lining and all that. Sue, listen, I shall thank very much indeed. Any other problems, you know where we are. Yulita has lived in her flat for 10 years, and for 6 of those years, she's been the owner. She bought it from her previous landlord. Well, when she first purchased the flat, the service charge was about £1,600. However, recently the residents have been told this charge is going to increase to between £6,000 and £9,000, depending on the size of the resident's property. Yulita was told the money would pay for repairs to the roof and the lifts. Well, in June, there was a fire on the roof terrace, and it caused substantial damage to whatever waterproofing was laid on the surface of the roof. And as a consequence, when it rains, Yulita has experienced real problems with leaks in her flat. Her flat is top floor flat. Whilst the repairs would be carried out, Yulita and her family were told they'd be moved into a hotel, which would be paid for by the management company's insurance, by the building's insurance. However, Yulita says none of the work has been carried out, and she's been told she may well be staying in this hotel well into 2022.
I have been not living in my apartment for the past 4 months. Okay. Recently, I have been told that the repairs are going to take between 4 to 6 months. Okay. So the management company wants me. So I've been living in a hotel with my husband and a 2-year-old child, which we find extremely inconvenient. And we have been told that now we have to look for another accommodation, and that will be a minimum of 6 months.
Well, as you can imagine, Yulita feels very, very frustrated. She just feels as if the management company is procrastinating and not getting on with the work. And in the meantime, she and her family are having to live in a hotel, which is not really ideal at all, is it? Well, we've been off to have a word with that management company to ask them, why has the work not started? I mean, that's the principle behind all of this. Yulita would probably be much more understanding if there were teams of people doing the work all the time, which says no one's turned up at all. Yulita's back on the JVS show. Hello, Yulita.
Hello.
Hello. Right, now I sent Miles off to go and have a word with them. Miles, I gather they've come back with a very long response for us. Can we just go through it and break this all down, and let's take it section by section?
Like you said, it was a very long response. So they've started by confirming what the service charge was for, the £6,000 that Yulita and her husband have paid. So they've confirmed that they paid that service charge in June 2021. They've said this was a one-off increased contribution for remedial roof and lift works, as agreed by the owner's board of the property, to allow for completion of essential roof repairs and upgrades to 2 of the 4 lifts on site. This followed an independent surveyor's identification of multiple water ingress issues within the roof, hence the replacement project. Later fire safety testing identified issues with the wall composition of the building. As both of this work and the previous advised roof works require expensive access equipment, they took specialist advice to look at combining the work schedule to keep the costs down for owners. And this was in consultation with all the leaseholders, residents and the management company. So it was proposed and agreed that the additional monies were therefore understood as necessary to cover costs of these emergency repairs. So that's covering the £6,000 service charge. OK, so in basic layman's terms then, Yulita, they feel as if it's unfortunate that there's a big bill that's come up for all of those repairs, and that's why...
Correct. Yes.
That's why there's suddenly this amount of money that you've all had to pay.
The money has been collected at the beginning of the year. Not yet. No repairs have been made to the roof, and no repairs have been made to the roof when I most needed them. You see.
Okay. Well, let's get on to that, because that is the core principle behind your complaint. That at the moment you're just having to live in this hotel while absolutely nothing is being done at the block of flats to repair the roof. how much longer are they expecting you to put up in that position? What have they had to say about that, Miles?
So they then go on to explain the delay in the works. They've said, unfortunately, the scheduled repair works have been delayed following a serious fire in Block B in June 2021, as Ulita has explained to us. The fire was on the roof and caused damage to the top floor of the block and disabled the lift. All residents were safely evacuated. The cause of the fire was subsequently confirmed as a disregarded lit cigarette. That's what Ulita told us. Sadly, Ulita's apartment was the worst affected by the fire. The time it has taken to get to this point, certainly less than ideal, they've said. That it's been impacted by the current works that are making unprecedented demands on resources and expert support across the UK. This combined with the well-documented shortage of construction materials and workers and the number of insurers, surveyors and risk assessors involved in the case have also contributed to the delays.
I could hear you making noises, Julita. You wanted to come in.
Yes, I would like to comment on that because I would like to just say that the fire did not cause any damages to my apartment, but the fact that the roof has not been secured with reasonable care and skill led to damages in my apartment, and then consequently we had to move out of the property. Had the management come back to make the roof watertight on the 18th of June when I let them know that there is a problem, we would now basically live at our home, not elsewhere.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is... hang on a second, Ulita. The only thing I would say is, having looked at the photos of the roof, I mean, there is very substantial damage caused to that roof by the fire.
Yes.
So this is more than just, a little bit of touch-up, stick a bit of tar in that hole and everything will be sorted. The photos of the roof, it does look as if the roof has been very badly damaged by this fire.
Well, I would disagree on this one with you. And definitely, although the damage may look serious in the photos, if you look at the repairs, that I would not call putting the bin liners as repairs, basically, that would stop water ingress to my apartment. I think there are better solutions that other maybe contractors would come up with to stop the water ingress to the apartment and to secure the roof from leaking.
Okay, so they are, in a nutshell, blaming a lack of materials and a lack of expertise and basically a lack of people to come and do the work, which is why in 4 months nothing has been done at all.
And they've gone on to explain the current time frame as well. We heard the date of April 2022, which was what we thought the works were going to start. They've said that's not when the building works will start. They've had teams working on the roof from the start of last week under the guidance of the insurer's project manager. They expect confirmation from the insurance company shortly that further interim repair works can go ahead immediately in order to make the building, specifically Ulita's apartment here as well, watertight.
Okay.
Which apparently is necessary for it to dry out fully so the necessary repair and renovation work can begin.
So work has now begun?
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
They've also said that Ulita met with the insurer's project manager on site last week and was advised that as the works will take a period to complete, she should move into suitable property with a 6-month assured short-hold tenancy agreement.
I agree. Yes, we've been given 3 weeks' notice to find something more suitable, and more suitable means a flat that is similar to ours, so we can move in and live in a flat, not live in a hotel. But as you can imagine, 3 weeks is probably not a long time to find something that is suitable, bearing in mind that we both have full-time jobs and a daughter that is only 2. We have spent now our evenings not relaxing, but just looking for a suitable accommodation. And that's what I wanted to say, basically.
Yes, but surely if you don't manage to find anywhere within 3 weeks, surely you can just stay in the hotel until you have found somewhere.
I'm not sure. I've asked this question in one of the emails to the management company. The response was that I can come back to my own apartment at my own risk. They haven't mentioned extending the stay in a hotel for us if we don't find anything suitable until then.
Right. Well, I mean,
I received an email.
Look. As far as I'm concerned, there's absolutely no way the insurance company can simply turf you out onto the street if you haven't found anywhere. or expect you to stay in your flat if it's not safe and dry and secure. Because I know one of the main problems with the property was the fact that you had no electricity in there.
Oh, yes, for 2 months.
So, I mean,
So
how
it
are
took
you
them a
supposed to
long
live in
time.
a flat with no electricity in the winter? I mean, it's ridiculous. There's no way you could do that. So in terms
true.
of... So just to kind of focus on a positive bit from that response. So they're saying the work has now started.
Yes.
And have they given any indication as to when that work's going to finish?
They said April 2022 is
that's the finish date.
scheduled is they've said April 2022 is when it should be finishing. Hopefully, yes.
Now, what have they had to say about the accommodation that Yulita has been given? Because staying in a hotel with a young child for months on end is really not a very good idea, is it? It's not a decent home life.
Well, they've said that the teams remain supportive, accessible, helpful and patient to work with Yulita to find alternative accommodation. They're saying that they've always been available to her to discuss her concerns and needs and provide options to address these. They've said it's incorrect to say that her family were forced to live in a hotel. It was recommended that Yulita move out of her apartment immediately following the fire, as it was uninhabitable. Yulita, throughout this event, has been offered apartments to reduce the impact on her family. Apparently, this is what they're saying, immediately following the fire, Yulita took the decision not to follow the advice. Instead, she insisted that her and her family stay in the apartment. Respecting her decision, they arranged for immediate emergency repairs to the roof over her apartment to make this possible, including installing special lighting and equipment to allow her to remain in her home. And their offer of rehousing remained available. It was shortly after this that Yulita contacted the company to say that she changed her mind and decided it would be better to vacate the apartment. They confirmed the company would cover the cost of temporary accommodation, immediately sourced a number of quality serviced and short occupancy apartments within Yulita's specified area. However, apparently Yulita was unhappy with each apartment that they offered her and instead chose to move to a hotel.
Okay, you want to come back in again, Yulita?
Yes. So it wasn't exactly how the management company has pictured us, because it was us who were looking for alternative accommodation, and it was basically everything was on our head, and we were told that just straight after the fire, we were told that we could move out of the flat to alternative accommodation only for 4 nights. 4 nights, okay? Because obviously we didn't have electricity, and then we thought, what's the point of moving for 4 nights if our flat is being, flooded with water? We would have to change the bucket, so we better stay here. We did not expect the repairs to take so long. We didn't know what is coming, basically, because it was only immediately after the fire.
Right.
And then, obviously, then later on, we were looking for alternative accommodation, service accommodation, and we were not able to find anything suitable. And we've said to the management company that this type of accommodation is not suitable because of some reasons. One of them is that in service accommodation there isn't any furniture, no wardrobe, no chest of drawers, and basically these places are not designed for longer stays. And therefore we then had no choice really, because we felt like, okay, how can we live here without electricity? We had no choice, but we asked the management company to relocate us to a hotel, and we were told that we would be staying there only for 3 weeks, and then our stay was extended to additional 3 months, you see. So we were not expecting that we would be staying in a hotel for such a long time, and we believed that in this time, basically in the meantime, somebody would come and repair the roof so that we can move back into the apartment.
Yeah.
Yet nothing like that has been done.
Right, okay. Well, look, let's now look to the future, and let's look at the positives to this. And let me just give you an assurance, Yulita, that we are going to stay across this now until everything's sorted and until you're back in your property, which I presume is where you want to be. You know,
Of course, yes.
you just want to be in your own home that is safe, watertight, has electricity, has all of the various things that you paid for when you purchased that flat. So we will stay across this until it's done. It would appear that work has now begun. It would also appear that they have now given authorization for you to find a short-term tenancy for 6 months in order to be able to move into there while all of the rest of the work is carried out. And hopefully, I don't know, have you started looking around at what's on the market? Because hopefully... Go on.
We have, and I have to say that we have found two suitable service accommodations. Then the management company now tells us that no, it can't be a service accommodation anymore, and they have rejected these just because it would be too expensive. We are told.
So you're looking at places that are too expensive?
No. We have found two suitable places which are service accommodations. So that means the bill.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but it would appear the reason they've said to you no is because they think it's too much. Have they said anything about that, Miles?
So they've said that the Ulita has been advised alternative accommodation would be provided around the market rents for the area. Now they've said that Ulita has found they've acknowledged that Ulita's found a nightly property to rent, but they've said that's 10 times the cost of long-term rental. That's what they've said to us. So that's why that's been denied. But they would want to put you into a private landlord's property. But again, market rent for the area is the value they're looking at.
What is the market rent for your flat, Ulita?
It's about £1,200. But I have to add one very important thing, that we have requested over 30 viewings and none of the agents has come back to us. And also we followed these up with phone calls to learn that landlords would not be willing to rent anything if it's under 1 year. So, they have preferences. So that's why we feel like, we will be struggling to find a suitable accommodation because nobody would want to sign an agreement with us for 6 months only. But we will be trying, of course. I am so full of hope that we will find something and we can move out of the hotel.
Have the management company or their insurance company, have they offered to do some of the footwork for you?
Such as what?
Well, have they said, look, we will now try and find some options, and here are the options. We've spoken to the landlords. All of these landlords are prepared for you to move into the property on a 6-month term. Have they offered to do any of that work?
They haven't, but however, they said that they would, if I find something suitable, then obviously they will help me secure the stay. And of course, I think it will be the management company who explains, our situation and basically asks, if we could stay for 6 months only and pay whatever the rent is.
Because what I'm thinking is, if what you are finding every single time is that any property that comes up in your particular neighbourhood for around £1,200 a month, if you find that every single one of those properties, the landlord, when you actually approach the landlord, says, no, I don't want anyone in there for 6 months. I'm looking for someone who's going to stay there for at least a year. Yeah. If the insurance company or the management company actually establish that for themselves, if they encounter the same problem and therefore they are unable to come up with any options for you, then that surely adds argument to the idea that they need to look at an alternative option. Because if they're hitting the same brick wall every time, then they're going to realise for themselves that the option they're presenting you with is just, it's not going to work. Because what they seem to be doing at the moment is saying, look, we've said to Ulita, we'll cover £1,200 a month on a short-term tenancy, but, she keeps coming back to us with really expensive properties that are way over that, and we're not prepared to pay more than market rate for her property. If they realise that what they're proposing is just not going to work, well, what else do they suggest then? Because you've got to live somewhere. A hotel is clearly not ideal for the next 6 months. You don't want to be living in a hotel. But having said that, I would imagine a hotel is better than not having anywhere to stay.
That's true.
But even so, the prospect of kind of living in the hotel all the way over Christmas, and it's just with a. Did you say your child is 2 years old?
She's only 2, but the fact that we have lived in a hotel has impacted us. All of us. We all miss home, and we can't wait until we will be back home, and I hope that will be, soon. And that the repairs will be completed by April. If they say that they will be, at least we have a...
Well, we're going to stay across this. We're going to stay across, and we're certainly, until the roof has been repaired, we're not going to stop covering this story on the programme. So if there has been any delay previously, if that delay continues, it's going to start to look terrible, because as far as I'm concerned, this management company and their insurers have had plenty of time now to get this roof repaired.
Absolutely.
You, in the meantime, I mean, I just ask everybody listening to the programme, put yourself in the position of a mum and a dad with a 2-year-old child having to stay in a hotel. It's just inappropriate. I know I've got a 2-year-old nephew, and it would be like having a caged animal keeping a child in a hotel.
Oh, yes.
In a hotel room. I mean, it's just not... It's not ideal at all. Now, you can maybe put up with it for a month or two, but you've been in this hotel now for 4 months, and it looks as if you're going to have to stay potentially somewhere else for another 6 months.
That's true, yeah.
It's really not okay, and something needs to be done.
I'm wondering whether we can ask for any compensation for this inconvenience, as I have emailed the management company. They have said that, unfortunately, no compensation will be made to us just because they have offered alternative accommodation. But, I'm in this
Listen, do you know what, Yulita, let me be honest with you. I'm not even going to spend any time thinking about compensation. If that's something you want to deal with in the future, that's up to you. What I want to do is to make sure that you and your family have a suitable place to live for the next 6 months. Now, what I would like us to do is to go and speak to that management company and explain the problems that you are encountering.
I will do, yes.
And no, this is what we're going to do.
Oh, okay.
And Miles, can we just say to them, can they please, by the end of this week, come up with a list of properties that they themselves have confirmed would be suitable properties for Yulita? In other words, the landlord will be happy for just a 6-month tenancy there.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
And can we just also ask them that if by the end of this week they recognise that what Yulita is telling us is quite true, that any suitable properties at any suitable price are simply not viable because the landlord won't accept a 6-month stay, can they then please explain what Yulita and her family is supposed to do as we head towards Christmas? Because it's just not acceptable. OK, let's leave it there. What we're going to do, Yulita, we will go and have that conversation, and we will talk to you later on this week, and I hope that things will be looking up. OK. All right, all the best. Thank you, Miles, for your work on that. And to that property management company, expect a call from us this afternoon. Sylvia was telling me that her husband had a stroke back in 1997 at the age of 51. He's had health problems ever since and has needed help with his care. Sylvia applied to the local council, who agreed to part fund the care, so carers have been coming in every morning to help wash and dress him. And the cost that Sylvia and her husband have been responsible for this care package was just under £97 a week. Well, everything was going up and absolutely fine up until their daughter decided to move to Norfolk, and Sylvia and her husband thought, OK, maybe we better relocate as well. So they contacted the local authority, or the company that provides the care anyway, to explain that they would no longer need the care package to carry on, and it ended on the 5th of August. They were due to move a couple of weeks later, but the move has been delayed, and Sylvia's now received a letter from the local authority to say they want a whole load of backdated money.
On the 26th of August, I had a letter saying that they'd done a financial assessment on my husband for his social care support. I knew nothing about them doing another financial assessment. Where they got the information from, I don't know. If it was based on the information which I originally told them, nothing has changed. They put his care up to £152.26 per week, which is a heck of a lot of difference. The letter came on the 26th of August, and it is backdated to the 5th of July. Now, I didn't think you could retrospect backdate it because, as I say, we finished care on the 5th of August, And if everything had gone right, by the 26th of August, it would have all been paid and up to date.
Well, as you can imagine, this is all very stressful and worrying for Sylvia and her husband, which is why they came to me and asked if I could help. And I've been speaking to the local authority. Let's find out what the latest is, because things have changed since our last conversation. Sylvia's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sylvia.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. So, as you will recall, when I went off to speak to the local authority, it's Milton Keynes Council, they initially came back with this response. They said, we regularly review the financial support we provide to residents with care needs. The contribution we require towards Sylvia's husband's care has changed as a result of changes to his care and support needs. We will meet with Sylvia and her husband as soon as possible to clarify and resolve their issues of concern. Now, they did also say that they were hoping by the time I read that statement on the programme, you would have already heard from them. Well, you hadn't, had you? You hadn't received any contact from them whatsoever. So I promised you that I would get back onto them and just find out why nobody had contacted you. Could they please arrange to have a meeting with you as soon as possible, most importantly because I wanted you to be able to present the evidence that you've got to back up your claim that in fact your husband's care has not changed, your circumstances have not changed, and in actual fact, if anything, they owe you money rather than the other way round, which is what you told me on the programme. So I went off to have a word with them, and the chap that I've been dealing with at Milton Keynes Council came back with this and said, firstly, I'd like to apologise that my colleagues haven't been in touch with Sylvia sooner. Following our correspondence, some additional checks have been carried out, and it does appear there was indeed an administrative error in the calculations. Our head of assessment and safeguarding called Sylvia yesterday, which I think would have been Thursday afternoon.
That's correct.
To discuss this in person. Sylvia has had the opportunity to explain her situation in detail, and we have given her reassurance that this error will be addressed. We also understand the additional pressures on her as they're due to move house in 2 weeks. I'm told Sylvia was satisfied following the call yesterday and has agreed to a final telephone call or meeting to resolve the matter. So what happened on Thursday, Sylvia?
A very nice person called me.
I don't need any details in terms of names, but go on.
Oh, no, I won't give names.
OK, fine.
From social services, and we discussed the situation, and he is going to speak to his colleague in the financial side of it. Unfortunately, the person he's going to speak to was off on Friday, so he would be speaking to them today and would get back to me whether we have a meeting or it can be resolved over the telephone.
Right. And did he recognise on the phone, as they seem to be suggesting in this response, that they've made a bit of a mistake in terms of the calculation and the figures?
He didn't actually mention that, to be truthful. But consequently, I have had and paid the bill for July at the old rate.
Right. Is that what they asked you to do?
Yes. What happens now is that we just owe them for the 4 days we had care in August.
Yeah.
And there is a discrepancy on an invoice from July. The date of the invoice is from the 7th of June to the 4th of July. There was an error made on their side, and they owe me some money.
So they have recognised that?
Yes.
OK, good.
It sounded very, very positive on Thursday.
Good. So are you feeling happier? You feel as if you've now got somebody at the council who realises the actual situation and is working to resolve it properly for you?
Definitely.
Fab. OK. Well, that's all I wanted to achieve, really, was to get that kind of communication going so that you feel as if you're being dealt with fairly and properly. And it sounds as if you've been given now a reasonable opportunity just to present your evidence and your side of the story to someone who's recognised it and recognised that maybe they've made a bit of a boo-boo.
Exactly.
OK, well, look, I'm going to leave this case open.
Yes.
Because until it's resolved and until you are 100% happy and Milton Keynes Council have said, yeah, OK, that's fine, we now believe that what we've been paid is correct.
Yes.
And we're not going to go after Sylvia or her husband for any more money. I'm not going to give them the horn. But at that point, hopefully then, not only will I be able to thank them and give them my horn, but you'll then be able to move on and start your new life in Norfolk, knowing that Milton Keynes Council are perfectly happy with what you've paid and they're not going to start coming after you for any more.
Exactly.
Good. OK, well, Sylvia, hopefully it's been a weight off your mind so far. I'm going to give this chap in social services there, I'll give him this. Oh, just a tiny little slither of my horn, Sylvia.
Oh.
He'll get
very nice and very understanding.
Good. Well, hopefully you'll get the rest of the horn when it's all sorted out. Can you please keep me posted, and I hope we will be able to give them the rest of that horn this week.
Will do.
OK. All the best. Purchased a recliner sofa that was delivered to her in August, but just 26 days later, she had to come to me.
On the 14th of August, I found that the mechanism for the recliner isn't operating smoothly, and one of the seats, my preferred seat, was actually dipping in one corner, like it was squidged down quite badly. I messaged them through their website. I've had no response from that. They've also failed to deliver the connecting bars that connect the three pieces of the sofa. I've emailed them twice. I've called them, but I'm just not getting anywhere with them.
Well, Patricia was saying that, to be honest, she'd had enough and she just wanted to reject the furniture and she wanted her money back. She was within her rights to do that because, and I should just reiterate this bit of advice so that everyone knows, maybe some new listeners to the programme today, when you purchase a product, so in this case a sofa, you're covered by the Consumer Rights Act. Now, that's totally separate to any warranty that comes with a product. The Consumer Rights Act is the law. It's the legislation that covers you in the United Kingdom as a customer. And the Consumer Rights Act gives you a period of 30 days from the date of purchase, or in this case with a sofa, from the date that you actually receive the goods. If the goods develop a fundamental fault, a manufacturing fault, or if there's something wrong with them, something incomplete in the order, you are within your rights within the first 30 days to formally reject those goods. Now, you need to do that in writing. You need to make it clear to the company that you don't want to give them an opportunity to repair it. You just want to reject the goods and you would like your money back. After 30 days, you lose that right. After 30 days, if the retailer wants an opportunity to repair faulty products, they are within their rights to insist on you giving them the opportunity to repair it. So in a nutshell, if something turns up with a big fault on it, you know, you find your new fridge doesn't cool the food down, you must reject the goods straight away within that first 30 days. You must do that. Otherwise, you're going to have to give the retailer the chance to fix it. Now, I went off to have a word with the retailer on Patricia's behalf, and I made this argument to them that she would like to reject the goods. Patricia's back on the JVS show. Hello, Patricia.
Hello there, Jonathan.
Now, as you know, the company concerned, which is Furniture Village, initially they were keen to offer you two options. They said our customer care team is currently in contact with Patricia. We've ordered the parts required to rectify the issue. It appears that the attachment arms were missing when the chair was delivered, which has caused it to malfunction. We can only apologise, and we're trying to ensure that the new parts reach the customer as soon as possible. If Patricia is not happy to wait for the bars to be delivered and for the chair to be repaired, we will, of course, arrange a collection and a full refund. Well, that's exactly what you wanted. However, You did also say that you were now going to have to source alternative furniture. And the chances are you'd have to wait for that alternative furniture to be delivered to you. So you said, based on the fact that this furniture was not as it should have been, as a goodwill gesture, would Furniture Village be prepared to let you keep that furniture until the new furniture had arrived, so at least you had something to sit on? They said yes, they would be prepared to do that as a goodwill gesture. However, they weren't going to give you your money back for it until the furniture had been collected. So that's kind of how things have gone. You told me last time you were on the programme that you have now received your new furniture. In fact, you're not actually going to have another sofa, are you? You've replaced the furniture with an armchair instead.
Yes.
But you are now ready for Furniture Village to come and collect the sofa and give you your money back. But you were saying that you just couldn't make contact with them. They weren't communicating with you. And so I promised you that I would go off and have a word with them. Well, they've come back with another response for the programme. They say, we sincerely apologise to Patricia for the delay in responding to her collection request. A member of our team has been in touch and a collection has been agreed for the 19th of December. A full refund will be issued on the 20th of November. Sorry, did I say November or December? 19th of November. A full refund will be issued on the 20th of November, and a member of the store team will be in touch with Patricia to confirm this has been made. So is that what they've communicated to you?
Yes, I have.
So, hang on a second, let me just have a little look on the calendar. So the 19th is Friday. Fine, okay. So hopefully by the end of this week, that furniture will be out of your hair for good. And by Saturday morning, you'll have all your money back.
Thank goodness.
Well, I tell you what I'll do. I will ask the team to pencil you in for Monday. We will make sure that the furniture was indeed collected, and fingers crossed, by Monday, you will have all of the money back. How much was it you'd spent on this sofa in the first place?
It was just over £1,500, £1,540, I think.
Well, that would be lovely to have that back in your account, won't it?
Certainly will.
Yeah, quite. OK, well, look, I'm going to give Furniture Village just this. Oh, that's it. They'll get the rest, fingers crossed, next Monday. Can we catch up with you then?
Yes, you certainly can.
Brilliant. OK, Patricia, we will talk to you very soon. Last week, very sad case. Alex came to me. She was telling me that in July of this year, she was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer and 2 different types of breast cancer as well. She's only 43 years old and is a mum to 2 young children. Understandably, with this kind of diagnosis, she was absolutely devastated. Well, Alex is being treated privately by one of the country's top surgeons who's removed a lot of the cancer, and she's now having chemotherapy, hopefully to give her some remission from this cancer. Alex has a lot of friends who have wanted to try and do what they can to help. Completely understand that. I think we'd all feel the same, wouldn't we, if we were one of her friends? We want to do our best to help. One of her friends came across what she thought was a dietitian who could give Alex some good advice as to what she should be eating in order to help her fight the cancer. The session, well, all of the sessions together, came to a total of £600. Alex's friend wanted to pay half, so Alex decided to go ahead. She filled in lots of forms and she had a consultation over Zoom. What Alex didn't realise was that as part of her treatment at the hospital, she would also get access to a dietitian working for the oncologist. And the problem is, the advice that the dietitian at the hospital has given her is completely different to what she's been told by this woman she's paid £600 to. In fact, some of that paid-for advice has given Alex cause for concern. So she asked for some of her money back.
I realise you actually have done lots of work. You've gone through my questionnaires, and we've had a couple of Zoom sessions. Could I have a partial refund for your time? And I just got sent the T's and C's and told to look at section so-and-so. And no, it's not, because I was the patient and I stopped the treatment.
Well, Alex, obviously, and I think we can all understand, wants to put her faith in the oncology team at the hospital, including the dietitian. She would rather put her faith in their advice rather than the advice from this lady that she's paid £600 to. But what about getting some of her money back? Well, she's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Alex.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, first up, this is interesting because and I'm sure most people were unaware of the fact that a dietitian is something very specific. In order to be a dietitian, that is a proper, legally registered term for your role. It is something that comes with legal responsibilities as well. To be a nutritionist is different. And you are not regulated in the same way. Now, to be fair to this lady that you've paid the £600 for, and I've looked on the website, at no stage does she claim to be a dietitian.
Yes, I think that was my mistake then for using that word.
Well, no. Listen, I completely understand, because I think so many of us would assume that somebody who professes to be an expert in nutrition or diet, it's one and the same thing, really. And those people surely would have to be qualified and registered and all those various things. Now, this lady does purport to having various qualifications, but I don't believe those qualifications are necessarily the same kinds of qualifications that, for example, a dietitian would have to have.
Yeah.
Now, I have been off to have a word with her, and I'm not going to identify her or the clinic at this stage, but let's just run through what she's had to say.
Okay.
She says that you approach their clinic for nutritional therapy on advice from a friend. She says, I saw Alex for our initial session on the 27th of September and for a check-in session on the 18th of October 2021. That was part of her 5-session package.
Okay, can I interrupt, or do you want to carry on?
Yeah, go on.
So the 18th of October, I didn't actually realise that was what she called a check-in. I thought it was to an email that I had sent on the 15th explaining that I was sort of unhappy with what was happening. I didn't realise I would be charged for the 18th of October check-in as part of my package. I just thought it was to listen to my complaint.
Right.
If you can understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I understand perfectly what you're saying. She goes on to say, during our initial consultation, Alex and her husband were very engaged in our conversation and asked questions relating to nutrition for cancer. I have discussed the key recommendations with them during this consultation. Alex was provided with a written evidence-based plan. At no stage was I aware that Alex was seeing a dietitian, and none of my recommendations were challenged. During our second appointment, Alex and I discussed her concerns about the different advice she received from her dietitian and myself. I have explained my reasoning behind my advice, and I offered to provide evidence and research. At no point did I suggest she should disregard the advice from her dietitian, nor would I use language such as dairy feeds cancer cells. I did, however, advise Alex that she should make a decision based on evidence provided, and I reiterated that I understand she has developed a relationship with her dietitian, and I offered to support her further as appropriate. Regarding a refund, I have referred her to the clinic's policy, terms of engagement as previously signed and agreed by Alex. Okay, so in effect what she's saying is that she's done everything correctly as she'd agreed to in the first place, and she referred you to the terms and conditions. So what has the clinic had to say? So the clinic has come back and they have broken down my response. They say, please note that the above is incorrect. Alex purchased a 3-month package of 5 consultations, 90-minute initial consultation, 2 30-minute check-in calls, and 2 one-hour follow-up consultations. Please note that these hourly allocations do not include research and write-up time, which often amounts to an additional 4 to 6 hours or more over 3 months. Of the 5 consultation package booked, 2 consultations have been taken as below, not 1 as alleged by Alex. Well, you've already addressed that point, Alex.
Yes.
And 3 would remain outstanding on the account to be booked at Alex's convenience under normal circumstances. They say, where I had said that you'd only booked the 1 initial consultation, and I also went on to say that the advice that you'd received from her, it would appear, is unhelpful from a medical perspective, and that you'd requested some of the money back, but they weren't willing to give you any money back. They say the first sentence is addressed above and not accurate. Regrettably, Alex has not followed the clinic's procedure, as outlined in the terms and conditions that she signed. In the terms and conditions, it clearly states that if you have any complaints or grievances, these should be raised with our practice manager. Our practice manager and clinic director have not heard anything directly from Alex. The first time we were made aware of this issue was through contact from yourself. We would be more than prepared to refund the outstanding amount for consultations not taken if we were properly contacted, and have indeed offered this to Alex once we were made aware, as an exception to the usual terms and conditions as signed for by the client. If we don't know, we can't help, they say.
Mm-hmm.
So in effect, they are saying that they are prepared to refund the some of the money for the consultations that you have not yet taken. Now, I understand there's obviously going to be a bit of a quibble over whether it's 1 consultation or 2. They're arguing you've had 2. You're arguing you've had 1, and the second one was for you to be able to raise your complaint because you weren't happy.
Yes, that's right, Jonathan.
Now, they then go on in the rest of their response, and I'm not going to go through an awful lot of it, because what they have done, and I don't know if you've seen it, but they've sent over articles.
Yes, I've seen them.
Now, these articles, they're all from America. They're not from UK-based studies. They seem to be from American studies, from hospitals in America looking at cancer and looking at diet. And I mean, this is one of the slight problems that we encounter in all kinds of walks of life. That people can become what they consider to be experts in a field, and some of those industries that they work in are unregulated. So, for example, if you want to become a general practitioner, if you want to become a doctor, obviously we all know there are all kinds of qualifications that you must have, all kinds of accreditations, and it would be illegal for somebody to set themselves up as being a GP if they hadn't got the relevant qualifications or knowledge. It would appear with things like nutritional advice and some of the alternative therapies, that's not necessarily the case. You know, and when you're challenged, you can then rely on articles from America that may or may not be true or accurate. I mean, I have no idea, to be honest with you. But it's interesting that the only evidence they were able to demonstrate was evidence from another country and not from this country where they're working. So I think that's just really a bit of a warning and a bit of a lesson for everybody listening to the programme in terms of just please be very careful when you are coming across experts to help you with things, particularly when it comes to things as serious and important as cancer treatment. Make sure that you are finding appropriate experts and you are relying on appropriate advice. But I mean, to be honest with you, I would imagine that is already very clear to you, Alex.
Yes, no, it is. And I think the information was also very overwhelming.
Yeah.
I sort of stopped reading it after a while. It was just too much for me.
Well, yes, quite. But I mean, the point is, it's not advice from what would be considered to be a standard recognised British medical organisation. You know, this is not... What they haven't done is sent you, for example, a link to a National Health Service page. What they haven't done is sent you a link to a UK-based professor working for Oxford University or Cambridge University who has studied diet and the effect that it can have on certain types of cancer. What they've done is they have sent some articles related to something going on in America. Well, I mean, who knows what that is? I mean, who knows how the American system is regulated? I don't.
No. Okay.
So, you know, I don't know what is, you know, the right thing and what is the wrong thing. What I do know is that if I were in your position, where it would appear you've got a brilliant oncologist who is trying to help you as best as he can, who has already performed surgery that seems to have been, in the grand scheme of things, very successful. And if he and his team have a dietitian as part of their team, I think I would be far more inclined to put my faith in their team rather than somebody else I'd found. But I don't think you need me to tell you that, because you've already come to that conclusion.
That's exactly how I feel at the moment. So.
Yeah. And I think I would be exactly the same, even though I completely recognise that particularly when you're facing a diagnosis such as stage 4 ovarian cancer, which is very, very serious.
Yes, that is.
I completely understand why sometimes you'll be inclined to look outside the box and look at some other alternatives as well. I think that's a reasonable thing for people to do. But just what that advice and what looking outside the box must never do is interfere with proper medicine and what proper qualified doctors would advise you to do, because that's when it can be dangerous. You know, there have been all kinds of instances before, haven't there, where people have ignored their doctor's advice and have started taking some quack's pills that they found on the internet and have turned down traditional therapies like chemotherapy and radiotherapy. And as a result, you know, it's made them even worse. So
worse, exactly. So.
That's what you don't want to do. So in terms of looking at this constructively, Alex, they are offering to give you some of the money back. Now, there are two ways of us proceeding with this, really. And I have my own thoughts, and I'm sure you have your own thoughts as well. Let's just talk through them. So option number one is that you accept the offer that's on the table, you draw a line under this, and you move on, and you concentrate on your recovery and on getting better with the team that you have around you.
Okay.
Option number two is that I go back to them and argue with them that they are unfairly suggesting the second consultation was part of the package, when in actual fact it was you having complained to the nutritionist and having raised concerns about the advice she was offering, at which point she then used that session to justify what she'd done.
Okay. So, do you want my answer?
Yeah, I mean, let me ask for your answer, because I don't want to sway you in terms of what I would do if I were in your position.
Okay, so I would like to go with the first option. I really would like to draw a line under this now. However, I still dispute, which I don't want you to go back with, but I still think it was very unfair of them to take the second consultation as part of the package, because that was part of my complaint procedure, which I actually did put in writing.
Yeah. I agree with you, and that's exactly what I would do if I were in your position.
Yes.
You need all of your energy to deal with what you're dealing with at the moment. You need to spend your life focusing on the positive things around you and enjoying your family and your friends and the doctors and nurses that are trying to help you get through all of this. That's what is important.
No, I think you're quite right there, Jonathan. And I'm taking every day just one day at a time.
Yeah.
And that's all I can do at the moment.
And I think that is a marvellous way. I can go and continue the argument with them, at which point they're going to come back with something else. But to be honest with you, it's just going to take up more time. And
it
for
is,
what?
And life's too short.
To argue over another £100? Do you know, life is too short. And you know, none of us know when our time is up. But when we are facing this kind of, and I don't want to use the word battle because I hate the idea. I remember finding it very.
I know you've said this before.
I really do find it. My mother died of pancreatic cancer, and people use this horrible expression of, oh, so and so lost their battle, and I think it's just rude and offensive, because the simple fact is some cancers are treatable and others aren't. And it's nothing to do with how hard someone fights or, whether, the suggestion, the inference when you say, well, someone's lost their battle, to me, it suggests that they in some way are weak and that they haven't tried hard enough. Yes. The simple fact is, when you get a cancer diagnosis, you just do your very best to get better.
You do. And also to carry on as normally as possible as well.
That's right. And that's what you will, I'm sure, be doing. And I don't want to waste any of that time with extending this argument with a company over what may turn out to be an extra £100. They've obviously...
It's also a he said, she said, and I also have had enough of that as well.
Yes. So I think we draw a line under it. How have they kind of framed it with you? Do they want you to respond to them and just say, OK, yes, I accept that, please pay me the money? Or do they need me to go back? Or...
Well, at the moment, when I got an email back over the weekend, I just said, please, could Jonathan mediate from here on? So I don't know where we leave that. I don't physically want to speak to them. I'm happy to email them.
Right.
I don't know if I'm being silly not wanting to talk. But...
No, I don't think you need to waste any more of your time, to be honest. I mean, I'm more than happy if you want, or if you would like to just drop them a very brief email and copy me in and just say, I have decided to accept the offer of the partial refund. Can you please advise me as to when the money will be in my account? And just copy me in. And if I need to go and chase them for you, I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay.
But I think that's absolutely the right decision, because we probably could fight it. We could fight it.
I don't have the energy, to be honest.
No,
I really don't.
That's kind of the point I'm getting to. Preserve your energy for dealing with everything else you've got going on in your life.
Yes, exactly. So...
And obviously the money and hanging on to your money, or some of your money, is obviously important to this company and to this lady. And if that's the way they want to deal with this particular complaint, well, so be it. What I'm very grateful to you for is the fact that by coming to the programme, it's given us an opportunity just to outline this. And I, for one, had no idea that there was this fundamental difference between a dietitian and a nutritionist.
Well, me too. So I've also learned something there. So,
Alex, please let me know if you need any other help.
Oh, bless you, Jonathan. And you have been so gracious and compassionate towards this case. So thank you very much.
Well, as I said to you last time, in terms of everything else you're dealing with, I wish there was more I could do. Ben came to me. He was telling me that he went to a local park with his family. Before leaving the car park where they'd left their car, they went to pay for the parking. Now, he's used this car park many times before, so he knows the way it works. But on this particular occasion, things appear to have gone wrong.
It takes your registration as you enter in, and then you type it into the machine once you're finished, and it gives you the time that you entered and the time that you're leaving. So, thought nothing of it, carried on, and then I got a letter through the post saying that you owe us money, you haven't paid enough. So I contacted the company. And I said, well, I have paid. They were questioning that I've done it all wrong. So I decided to go back up to the car park and test it out because I wanted to know if I was right or in the wrong. I went and tested it and I was right. Went to the machine, typed my registration in after the visit to the park again, and it told me the time of entry and the time that I was exiting.
Well, this car parking company says they stand by the fine that they issued Ben with, and that's why Ben came to the programme, to ask for help. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
As far as I'm concerned, from the way you have described the parking system, and I haven't used this car park myself, so I'm not able to bring any of my personal expertise, but we're going to identify which car park we're talking about in just a second. I'm hoping that people listening to the programme will be able to share their views on this. But as far as I'm concerned, in my experience, my long experience of being a driver and leaving my car in various kinds of car park, the kind of car park you're referring to is an ANPR car park.
Yes.
So there's a camera at the entrance, and I presume a camera at the exit as well. And that camera is connected to a computer that will scan your number plate, and that particular computer is then linked to the parking machine. So when you go to finish your stay in their car park, you go over to the machine, you input your number plate, it automatically works out the time that it saw your car come in and the time that you've come to the machine, works out how much you owe, you pay the money, and out you go. And as long as you exit the car park, probably within maximum of 10 minutes, then that should be absolutely fine. But that's exactly what you did, and it would appear from what you're suggesting, the machine wrongly calculated how long you'd been there, and now the company seems to think it's perfectly reasonable to fine you for the mistake their machine made. That's the crux of this. So we'd fully anticipated that this particular parking company, when looking at the system, would come back and say, yes, do you know what, we have checked our system and it does appear that on that particular day there was a mistake made with the machine. We're really sorry about it. We will not pursue Ben any further. End of story. They didn't say that, though, Ben, did they, Miles, at all about Ben?
No, they didn't. They have doubled down that their system's working okay. They said that Ben was on site for an hour and 54 minutes from 5:09 in the evening to 7:03, but only a 50p payment was made for 30-minute stay at 7:01. So that would have been when Ben was going to exit the car park. He went to pay. Ben saying that the NPR camera told him to pay that amount of money, and that's what he's paid. And they said that the payment was actually made from 7:01 up until 7:30 or 29 minutes past 7. So that would be that 30-minute tariff that they're talking about.
Now, it just doesn't make any sense, because if the machine will automatically tell you how much you pay, you then pay that, and I presume, did the machine then give you a receipt of some kind, Ben?
Yes, it did, yes.
So the machine then says, yes, OK, you've now paid what we asked you to. Here's your receipt, end of story. I don't understand how any of this could have been your mistake. But this company, I gather, Miles, are still refusing to back down. They still feel that this was Ben's mistake, not their mistake, even though we are struggling to see how Ben could have made that mistake.
Yeah, they are steadfast in their opinion. They've said that the system's maintained and checked on an extremely regular basis. The providers are industry-leading equipment, software manufacturers and suppliers. They have no reason to believe the system was not working correctly on the date in question. I don't think that's necessarily definitive. An experienced member of the team manually checks the data and enforcement notices before they are issued. They've said there will always be the requirement to have a function where the driver enters their data manually, sometimes referred to as an honesty function. For example, if connectivity is lost, a vehicle does not have a front number plate, such as a motorcycle, or the entry was not detected due to a vehicle being obstructed on the way in. So there's some reasons why it wouldn't work, but Ben's not saying that it didn't work.
No,
he's saying that it gave this incorrect charge.
And even so, they can't argue that, because they say they've got the time that he entered the car park. So the camera obviously did catch him going into the car park. So it's not about him entering in some kind of honesty amount of time. Their machine knew what time his car had come in. When he goes to the machine and puts his number plate in, it wouldn't be a case of him having to predict how much time he'd been in that car park. The machine told him how much to pay because the machine had seen him coming in the first place. So end of story, you would think. Miles, what is the car park? Where is the car park, and who is the company that manages this car park?
So it's Willen Lake Car Park in Milton Keynes, and the company that run the car park are Napier Parking.
Napier Parking. Now, if anybody listening to the programme, and I know we did invite Napier Parking to appear on the programme, to explain to you, Ben, and to everybody else listening to the programme why they feel this was your mistake rather than their machine's mistake, and why they feel it is perfectly appropriate to continue to pursue you for this. But I understand, Miles, they were not keen on joining us on the programme. They're certainly not taken us up on our invitation.
No, they have said they are not available, and their position has been quite clear.
Okay. Well, if anybody else listening to the programme has left their car in the car park at Willen Lake that is managed by Napier Parking, if you have had the same experience with the machine, it would be very useful to hear from you. Or if you have been listening to this story and you can see some way that Napier Parking are within their rights to blame Ben that I'm not seeing, it would be very useful to hear from you. Because let's just get to the crux of this, Ben. As I explained to you before, Napier Parking is a private parking company. They do not have the authority that, for example, a local council would have. They cannot fine you. So the money that they are asking you to pay is considered to be an invoice. And the only way they would be able to force you to pay that invoice would be to take you to the small claims court. Now, listen, I can't give you a guarantee that if you went to court you would win. It would be foolish of me to ever suggest that it was a guaranteed case. But based on the evidence in front of us at the moment, I am struggling to see how Napier Parking would win if this were to go to court. Because based on the story you have told and the way this parking machine operates, I just don't see how any judge would look at this in front of them and say, Ben has taken advantage of this company's parking, has left his car there for longer than he should have done, hasn't paid a sufficient amount, and therefore the company is perfectly within their rights to use small claims court time now to pursue this customer for money that he's refusing to pay. I don't understand how it would go in their favour. If push came to shove, Ben, are you prepared to let this go to court?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not willing to pay them a penny. I was willing to pay the difference. It's not like I've not paid for a ticket. You know.
When you say the difference, you mean the difference between what the machine told you to pay on that day and what they now suggest you should have been paying because of the time you'd actually been in the car park?
Yeah. I pay for my ticket. The amount of time that it should have given me, but I just don't get how the machine can say one thing and then say an honesty policy. I'm looking at a picture of my car entering the car park and exiting the car park. So the honesty thing, where my number plate was blanked out, it just doesn't add up.
Kieran in Milton Keynes has called in. Hello, Kieran.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. Have you had experience of this parking machine in this car park?
I go to park run usually there on a Saturday morning. About 3 weeks ago, I was there. I tried 3 or 4 times to try and put my number plate in. Wouldn't work. Machine wasn't working properly. It was just not coming up with my number plate. So I went to another machine, tried again. Wasn't working. I kept trying. Next minute, a friend was on another machine after park run. They went, "Oh, look, I put your number plate in this other machine. It's now working." It is constant troubles in Willen car park at Willen Lake for park runners where they'll get a ticket and then not get a receipt, and then they get fined because they haven't got the machines won't be working properly, and then they'll go, "Oh, you haven't paid your fee," and then they'll get a parking ticket because they haven't got a receipt. I always tell everybody when I'm there and paying at the end of the run, get a receipt.
Well, if you can.
If you can, yeah.
But even if you've got the receipt, as far as Ben is concerned, it doesn't necessarily help you because he's got the receipt. He's showing Napier Parking, I paid what your machine told me to pay on that day, and they're saying, well, it's not enough and you should have known it. And because you didn't pay enough...
They're well known for being naughty, that company.
Well, I'm not saying they're being naughty. What I'm suggesting is the fact that their argument is illogical, because they seem to be suggesting that they're saying, you didn't pay what you should have paid, but you should have just known what you should have paid. And even though our machine told you to pay this amount, you should have known that you should have paid more than that. And therefore, we're going to ask you to pay this fine as a result. I mean, it's illogical. It doesn't stand up, and I can't understand how the argument... And this is why I was very keen to have Napier Parking on the programme, because it may well be they would be able to explain what I'm missing. But I don't at the moment understand how they can justify this. Thank you, Kieran, very much indeed for your call. The car park, is this car park ultimately, is it owned by the Parks Trust?
I'll have to look that up.
I'd like us to go and have a word with the Parks Trust, because I presume they are the ones that have put the contract in the hands of Napier Parking. I wonder what they feel about this. Right, so Ben, here's what we're going to do. Right. We will go back to Napier Parking again. We will explain that we've had the conversation, and we will explain that whilst you are more than happy to pay, the difference between the amount the machine told you to pay on that day and the amount that they feel you should have paid on the day, you are not prepared to pay this so-called fine that they're asking you to pay, and you would rather this go to the small claims court. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, I pay a parking ticket. That's food in my children's mouths, and I'm not prepared to give someone like this company money for the sake of. I mean, it just kind of shows you what sort of company they are. Not prepared to come on the show and actually have a conversation with me. It's made me furious, to be honest. I'm just flabbergasted by how they're acting.
Well, it is quite astonishing, because I'm really struggling to see the logic behind their argument. If I could, if I recognise that you were in the wrong, I'd have no qualms whatsoever in telling you just to pay up. You should have known better. You made a mistake. But from the evidence in front of me and from the story you've told, it's their fault. It's their machine's fault. And rather than recognising it, backing down and saying sorry for wasting your time, they just seem to be digging in deeper and saying, well, but we still feel we're entitled to this money, so he'd better pay up. Have you received any further letters from them? Because no doubt this will now escalate, and you'll start getting letters with threats of debt collection and small claims court action and CCJs and all that kind of stuff.
This is the thing. Obviously, I'm a bit worried about debt collection, etc. But I will go to the small.
There's nothing there's nothing a debt collector can do to you. Okay? Yeah. Because at the moment there is no debt that has been confirmed by a court. If this were to go to court and if they won, then that would change matters. But at this stage, there is no debt that a debt collector would be entitled to collect at this stage. Rachel in Bedford wants to comment on this. Hello, Rachel.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Have you had experience of this car park at Willand Lake?
I have. Well, my son has, actually. So exactly the same thing happened to him. He's received a fine from Napier Parking. They're trying to charge him, I think, £60. He did exactly the same. He paid £1. They've got him on camera with his registration plate, and they're basically fining him.
Because they say that he also didn't pay enough money for the time that his vehicle had been in that car park.
Exactly the same. It says failure to make required payment in accordance with the terms and conditions. Yes.
But again, did he input his number plate into the machine that then calculated how long he'd been there and told him how much to pay?
Exactly, yes.
And does he have a receipt?
I don't know that. I'd have to check with him, actually, whether he's still got the receipt of that.
Because the receipt is the crucial part in all of this. And as far as I'm concerned, the fact that Ben has got the receipt is really his saviour. Because I just don't understand how if he waives that receipt in front of the judge in the small claims court, I don't understand how the judge could possibly find in anyone's case and anyone's favour other than Ben's.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, no, I will check with my son just to make sure. I've just got the paperwork in front of me from Napier Parking. But yes, I think it was contactless, actually, he's telling me. He paid. I'm not sure if you got a receipt, did you?
Did he?
It's on his bank statement, though. No,
it's on his bank statement, but it shows the payment. So what is your son going to do out of interest? Is he going to pay it, or is he also going to let this go to court if push comes to shove?
Yeah, so he's in the process of disputing it at the moment. He has contacted them, but he hasn't had any reply back from them at all. So, yeah, I mean, on a matter of principle, I won't let him pay it anyway. There's no way he's paying £60 for, when he's paid the fee they've told him to pay. It's ridiculous.
So if push comes to shove, you'll let them take your son to court as well?
Absolutely.
We need someone from the Parks Trust to explain what's going on. They ultimately,
Definitely.
if the landowner decides which company manages the car park, and the landowner will obviously have a vested interest to make sure that the car park is being run in a reasonable and responsible way.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
the landowner has the ability to not renew a parking company's contract to manage that car park if they feel they are in some way affecting the reputation of the landowner. So I would be astonished if the Parks Trust were not concerned by this.
Yeah, it's a very popular parking area, obviously, because it's a very popular place to visit. So this, we can't be the only people this has happened to. This must be happening to, lots and lots of people that are visiting the park. So
yeah. Right, okay. Well, listen, we are going to follow this more closely. We're going to go and speak to the Parks Trust. We're going to see whether Napier Parking decides to carry on insisting that these fines are due or not, and we'll take it from there. Rachel, will you keep in touch with us, please, and let us know how things go with your son?
yes, absolutely. Yeah, we'll do. I'll let you know if we get any reply, of course.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. And again, I'd like to just reiterate, Napier Parking, if you would like to come on the programme and explain what all of this is about, love to hear from you. Ben, more work to do. We'll talk to you very soon.
What it is I bought a steam generator iron in June 2019. So it makes it sort of 2 years and 5 months old. And I'd only ever sort of use it once a week. We didn't really do a lot of, a load of ironing. And slowly over the few months, it just got worse and worse. And water is pouring out of the iron plate. And it's damaging the clothes. And I've used the correct water. I've done the steam jet. I've hoovered the iron plate, which is what it says in the manual to do, if this happens. And it hasn't helped at all. And I've had sort of irons like this before, and they've lasted years and years.
Have they?
And yeah, they're really good because they're made, they hold an awful lot of water in the tank. And so I thought, okay, I'll go to the shop where I bought it from, and I'll talk to the manager. So I said to the manager, I bought this iron. And he said, well, if it's out of warranty, it's out of warranty. He said, so, that's it. And I went, right, okay, thanks very much. So then I thought, well,
Didn't you argue with him?
Well, I did, but he didn't want to know. And I thought, no, there's no point. He's not budging, so I'm not going to waste my time. So I then thought, well, I'll go to a different branch of the same company. So I went to the different branch and got a sales assistant, and she came back and then she said, you have to do an independent report. You'll have to get one done. And if it is faulty, we will only pay you a percentage of what the iron cost.
Right, well, at least the second branch seemed to have more knowledge of the Consumer Rights Act than the first branch, because the first branch, if the manager really meant what he said, that it was out of warranty and therefore nothing they could do, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
No.
The second branch have enough knowledge of the Consumer Rights Act, it would appear, to send you on your way, which isn't particularly helpful. So let's just run through what your rights are. Firstly, how much was the iron?
Well, this is what it is I actually paid £92.49 on my Fleet credit card because I had £20 vouchers and I had some bonus points. So the actual cost of the iron is £115, but I only put on my credit card £92.49.
Okay, but some of it was paid with a voucher?
Yeah. Voucher.
Okay, well, let's work on 115 quid then. That's how much you spent on this iron. In a combination of money and vouchers for this company. Yeah. The simple fact is the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 entitles you to expect that iron will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it will last for a reasonable amount of time. £115 for an iron that lasts just over 2 years, as far as I'm concerned, is not a reasonable amount of time. So you are perfectly within your rights, as per the Consumer Rights Act, to go back to the retailer and to say to them, this product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and therefore I would like you to repair it for me, please. Now, if the retailer wants to, this is where that second branch, they've got some knowledge of the Consumer Rights Act. If the retailer wants to, because it's been over 6 months since you purchased the product, the retailer then has the right to ask you, the customer, to prove that the product has a manufacturing defect rather than its failure is down to, for example, you've misused it as a customer.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
they are within their rights to say to you, okay, you come back to us with some proof that this product has a manufacturing defect. But that's a risky strategy for a retailer. Because if you go away and get that proof, the chances are it's going to cost you money to do so. It's going to cost you money to prove that the product has got a manufacturing defect or has a component in it where the manufacturing component is of insufficient quality, which is why it's failed so early on. If they do insist that that's what you do, and you do indeed come back to them armed with that evidence, you are fully within your rights to then expect them to not only make it right, so to repair the product or replace the product, or they may decide to give you a pro rata refund, but you're also entitled at that stage to ask them to reimburse you for the cost of proving that the product has a manufacturing defect. So it's a risky strategy.
Yeah.
So what you could have said at that stage, when that member of staff said, right, you need to come back with proof, you could have said, okay, well, that's fine. And I presume, just to confirm now, I presume you are aware that you will then be liable to cover the cost of that report and see what they say. Because, you know, if you're a retailer and you're looking at, for example, £100 iron, there or thereabouts, if you then end up having to not only replace the iron, but also pay the customer, I don't know, £70 for the cost of a report that they've had carried out to prove that the iron is faulty, it would have been worth your while just replacing the iron in the first place, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that's what we need to go and explain to them. So that's their position, is it? You get a report and we'll give you a pro rata refund.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we need to go and have a little word, don't we? Right, what I'm going to do, Miles, can we please get some detail?
Of course we can.
Let's get a call into that company and just find out what they're playing at. And if indeed they do insist that Julie gets a report, she will. But obviously it's going to cost money, so they'll then have to reimburse that as well. Okay.
See what they say.
Yeah. Julie, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Miles. Now to Nicole. Nicole absolutely loves going to British Columbia because of the orcas, humpbacks and wildlife. She's been going every year for 6 years and decided it was the perfect place to marry her fiancé. How romantic. Well, they've both been married before and they wanted something really memorable for their big day. So they'd arranged their wedding with the help of Larry, the owner of a kayaking company, who also arranged for the couple to be ordained into a local tribe. But because none of her family and friends could make it, Nicole and her fiancé decided to have a celebration back home as well. They found a venue in the UK that they rather liked the look of, and they booked it for October 2020. However, COVID then struck, and the borders closed with Canada, and it became apparent that Nicole's dream wedding couldn't go ahead. Well, she contacted the venue in the UK to explain the situation and to see if she could get a refund of her £450 deposit that she put down. It took some time for the venue to get back to her, but eventually they did say that Nicole couldn't have her money back, but she could reschedule her celebration to October of this year. However, a further lockdown meant Nicole's wedding in British Columbia couldn't go ahead this year either. The hotel initially offered Nicole a stay in the hotel to the value of her deposit, which Nicole refused as she lives nearby. Well, she's since been back in touch with them to see if they could reschedule again, but came to me because she said she wasn't getting anywhere.
I'd originally asked them if they would, allow me to push the date out to another time. And I've just not heard anything back, Jonathan. I mean, I've sent numerous emails. I've even been down to the hotel and spoke to the receptionist, who said that she would put a high alert on their email system for them to contact me. She said they would contact me that day, and they haven't. They've just ignored everything.
Well, we were going off to have a word with the venue to see if they were prepared to do anything to help in the circumstances. Nicole is back on the JVS show. Hello, Nicole.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Nicole. So you are still not a member of a tribe?
No, not yet.
Right. Well, let's see what has happened, because I know Miles has been off to have a word with this particular venue in the UK. What have they had to say? Will they be prepared to allow Nicole to reschedule the wedding again or not?
So when we contacted them, they came back to us and said that there'd been a miscommunication, so Nicole's request hadn't been noted. They then contacted Nicole to rectify the situation and to apologise. Now, last time we spoke to Nicole, she said that they were going to be issuing a refund, and we were just waiting for the money to come back into Nicole's account.
Right. What's happened, Nicole?
So I can happily say that I received the refund last Thursday.
In full?
In full.
Wow.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Kate. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, I was wondering if we could get some advice off you. So, back earlier in this year, we decided it was time to get on the property ladder as we were expecting our first child. So, looking at houses, we found the perfect one. It matched everything we wanted. We put in the offer, and then we had the survey done as we were meant to do. Survey came back with everything looking mostly okay. It's a house from the 50s, so, the odd minor problem, but nothing too concerning. We moved in beginning of October, and during that time, obviously with a lot of heavy rain, we noticed there was a leak coming through in the airing cupboard. So we tried to work it out. We thought it might be the pipes, but no, we realised it was definitely coming with the rain. So we had a handyman come round who went up and patched the roof. It turned out to be up where the stench pipe and the old boiler flume came out through the roof. The seal around that had blown.
So sorry to interrupt you, can I just stop you there? This house that you had the survey carried out on, what kind of survey did you have?
We went for a home buyer's survey as recommended by our mortgage provider. It was the sort of middle option out of the three.
And what does the home... You have to forgive me, because I know that there are... hang on, let's buyer's survey. Let's just have a look at what you would expect to have carried out, because there are all kinds of different levels of survey. And obviously, depending on the level of survey, the surveyor will only check certain things. Now, I don't know, is this particular level of survey something that would involve a full, structural survey? Would the surveyor be expected to go up into the loft and look at the roof and do all of those kinds of things or not? Is this purely have a quick glance at it? Yeah, it looks like a house that's not about to fall down. The mortgage company can easily lend the money on this because the house is not about to crumble to the ground, so go ahead kind of survey.
Yeah. We were recommended to get this one by our mortgage provider as a slightly more in-depth than just a look around. It did include the roof and the attic and right the way down to the damp course at the bottom of the house. It wasn't the most in-depth, but it was suggested to us that was more for a listed building or for a very old building. It wouldn't necessarily be needed for the house we were buying.
Yeah, I'm just having a little look here on the RICS website in terms of the levels of survey that you can have carried out. So the RICS Home Survey Level 2.
Yes.
Choose this report if you need more extensive information whilst buying or selling a conventional house, flat or bungalow built from common building materials and in reasonable condition. The focus is on assessing the general condition of the main elements of a property. The intermediate level of service includes a more extensive visual inspection of the building, its services and grounds, but still without tests. Concealed areas normally opened or used by the occupiers are inspected if it's safe to do so. Typical examples include roof spaces, basements and cellars. The report objectively describes the condition of the different elements and provides an assessment on the relative importance of the defects and problems. ask your surveyor for a detailed description of the RICS Home Survey Level 2 survey-only document. So was it a Level 2 survey?
Yes, that's what we had.
Okay. Then there's also a RICS Home Survey Level 2 survey and valuation. It was probably that, actually, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
The mortgage company would want a valuation.
Yes.
Just so you're aware, so there are more extensive surveys as well. There's a Level 3 survey. And it says here, choose this report if you're dealing with a large, older or run-down property, a building that is unusual or altered, or if you're planning major works. It costs more than the other RICS reports because it gives detailed information about the structure and fabric of the property. The survey includes a detailed visual inspection of the building, its services, grounds. It's more extensive than a survey Level 2. Concealed areas normally opened or used by the occupiers are inspected if it's safe to do so. Typical examples include roof spaces, basements and cellars. Although the services are not tested, they are observed in normal operation. In other words, they are switched on or off and operated where the occupier has given permission it's safe to do so. So with that Level 3 survey, they'll go around and check things like the boiler and the central heating and make sure all of that is working.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a Level 2 survey that you paid for.
Yep.
And that Level 2 survey, did it point anything out about, any issues in the loft space?
No, he went up, I think it was referred to as a head and shoulders inspection of the loft space. But the roof, the person who went up there had been up, had a look at the roof, and the survey just says that it's in good condition for its age and no broken tiles.
Right.
So there was nothing to unduly worry us.
So fast forward to when this leak has started coming through and your handyman's gone up to have a look in there. Where did he say the water was coming in from?
It's dripping actually down the outside of the stench pipe for the toilets and the old boiler pipe, as I guess the boiler at one point would have been in the airing cupboard with a hot water tank.
Okay.
And the old pipe's been left there.
And did he tell you whether or not there was evidence that this had been going on for some time, or did this look as if it was a relatively new thing that had occurred?
When he went up on the roof to repair it, after he'd repaired it, he came down and said it's had obvious repair works for this exact problem in the past. He says you can tell that the flashing's been replaced a few times around the pipes.
Right.
And he said it's a good section of roof that has been repaired in the past, but it hasn't been of great quality, which is why the leaks come back.
Okay. So has his repair that he's done now, is that a permanent repair, or is that just kind of sticking a bit of a plaster on it?
Yeah, he's had to put a plaster on it over the winter, and then in the summer he'll come back and he's going to have to do more extensive repair works.
Okay. So your argument, I presume, is that your surveyor should have noticed this and didn't?
Yes, that's what I'd think. Or if the leak had happened after the survey, because the survey was done on the 1st of July and we didn't complete until the 30th of September. If it did happen in between those times, were we not meant to be told about this? Yeah, but
by the seller of the house?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Or would their solicitor have a duty to inform us of damage to the property?
Yes, they absolutely would. I mean, when you're selling a property, you have to declare anything like this to the would-be buyer, so that they are purchasing the property in an informed way. Mm-hmm. Now, if they have neglected to tell you something, then yes, indeed, you may well have a claim against them for the cost that you then incur in terms of putting it right. But have you raised this with the surveyor?
Not yet, because I wasn't sure who I needed to speak to first. That was why I thought I'd ask you first.
Well, I think the first thing you would do is to go and speak to the surveyor. The surveyor will have insurance to cover him or her against claims that arise from mistakes that he or she has made when doing their job. So I would fully anticipate that if you go and make a complaint to the surveyor and say, I'm not very happy about this, you've carried out the survey, you haven't mentioned anything at all about any problems in the loft space, and yet our builder who's had a look at the roof has assessed that this was a very obvious problem that had been patched up previously, and we're surprised that you haven't noticed it, and we're now faced with a large bill in the future for rectifying this. And if we'd known about this beforehand, we would have addressed this before the point of sale.
Yeah, okay.
I would imagine that surveyor will at that point put this in the hands of his or her liability insurers in order to get another opinion. But I think that's the first thing you need to do.
Okay.
Now, if the surveyor comes back and says, well, look, I did indeed go up into the loft and I took some photos up in the loft, and I can see from my photos, just referring back, there was no evidence whatsoever of a problem with that, so it must have occurred after my survey took place. At that point, you would then go back to the solicitor that you used for the conveyancing, and you would explain to them that it would appear there was a problem that occurred before you'd exchange contracts that the vendor did not make you aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does that help?
Yeah, no, thank you. That's just given us a guide on who to go to first and how to deal with it.
I presume if the surveyor you were using is a surveyor that was approved by the mortgage company, then they will be a proper qualified surveyor, and as such will have all of the various insurance that they need to have in order to cover themselves against this kind of eventuality. So I would certainly go and speak to them and just ask them, you know, what their view is. If you need me, then come back to me. But I think at this stage you need to just go and have a word with them. I know someone who's a building surveyor, and he is extremely... I've used him for looking at my last few properties, to be honest. And he takes so much time, particularly up in lofts. You know, he goes around with a torch and he's crawling around having a look at every single corner of the loft just to see if there is any evidence of things like replaced roof felt or tiles or any evidence of leaks whatsoever. But obviously you do have to pay for that level of survey. Yeah. Because otherwise it will just be a quick look around. Well, this looks okay. It doesn't look like the roof's about to fall in. We will give this a tick and say, yeah, that's okay for the buyer.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Good luck. Let me know how you get on when you speak to the surveyor, because I'll be very interested to know how he or she responds to you. But that's certainly your first port of call.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hope that helps. Now, Linda bought a composite front door in March of 2019. Since she's had it, she says she's had constant problems with either the door not opening and unlocking easily or a draft coming through. She says the company have been out numerous times to fix it, but she's still not happy.
Now, the company I dealt with have sent an engineer down innumerable times, I must admit, give them their due. They've changed the lock, they've changed the hinges, they've taken the whole surround out and the door and reconfigured it, and I'm still getting a draft. In fact, today I've got sellotape on the inside of the door. Because it's a windy day, the draft is coming through. And I spent all last winter freezing in here, in my bungalow, my pensioner. Something's got to be done about it, but the correspondence I've had with the company, they're now saying they will no longer come out to me because there's nothing wrong with the door. It is my fault because I have arthritis in my hands, and I've got arthritis all over me. I can still look after my grandson, garden, cook, clean, open other people's doors, composite doors as well, but my one, no.
So Linda was absolutely certain that there's a problem with this door. When we went to speak to the company, surprise, surprise, they blamed Linda's arthritis. They said that her arthritis makes her fingers too stiff and weak to be able to unlock the door properly. Well, Linda was fairly furious when she heard that. She said, I haven't even got arthritis in my hands. It's in the rest of my... Have a look at your door, just so we could get a kind of independent view on whether the door was working properly or not. And when you tried the door, Miles, it was really stiff, wasn't it, to unlock it?
It was very tricky to get into.
Yeah.
I struggled more than I was expecting to struggle as well.
Yeah. So there was clearly an issue with it. And of course the problem is, Linda says that it's either too stiff to unlock or if they come and loosen it all off, it then doesn't keep any of the bad weather out, all the draft blows through it, so it doesn't serve the purpose whatsoever as a door. And last time we spoke, Linda, you'd kind of had enough, hadn't you? You said, I've had enough of this, I just want them to take the door away and replace it for me, or give me my money back so I can get a door from somewhere else instead. Now, Miles, what's the latest on this? What's going on? Because I know we've been trying to liaise with the manufacturer of the door, the retailer of the door. What's happening now?
So we went to the retailer and told them that Linda had had enough and would like the door to be replaced because the issues that they were having getting parts from the manufacturer shouldn't affect Linda. They've come back and said that they understand the issues with the manufacturer shouldn't affect Linda, but they can't physically get the parts needed to rectify the issues unless we get them from the manufacturer. Again, none of this should affect Linda. But they've said in any case, I've now heard back from them and have discussed with Linda. One of the parts should have been arriving on Friday, just been, and they were going to arrange with Linda to fit it as soon as possible.
Right.
So they haven't really responded to us asking them to take the door out.
No,
And
they're still going down
it.
the line of trying to repair the existing door by the sounds of it. What's happened from your perspective, Linda?
Well, two people came down from the retailer and they admitted that the lock was out of position and it was in a crooked position. There wasn't enough draft excluder, so they were going to get the draft excluder. I had actually a call on Thursday last week saying the draft excluder was coming in the next day and they would tell me when it would be fitted. Well, the next day, the phone rang. I couldn't get to it in time, and this was about 5:30. So I immediately rang back on the number, and nobody answered the phone. 5 times I rang back on that number, and they'd obviously left the office. Now, I thought they would have phoned me Monday. They didn't. Yesterday, I got a call from the manufacturers of the lock, and they said, can you tell me what's going on? We've been asked to, replace the lock. What sort of lock is it? I gave them the serial number of the key.
When you say the manufacturer of the lock, do you mean the lock manufacturer or the door manufacturer?
No, the lock manufacturer. The lock manufacturer.
Right, okay.
And when I told him the story, he said, well, it sounds to me as if the door is in the wrong position, and that's why the lock is in the wrong position.
Yes.
And they were talking about sending somebody down from up north, that they were going to get back to the manufacturers of the door and the retailer that sold me the door. Now, I still haven't heard from the company as to when the draft excluder is going to be put in, when I was told I would have heard by now. So to be quite honest with you, I am sick and tired of this episode.
Right, and I think
why was I contacted by the lock people? Why weren't they dealing with either the manufacturers or the people that sold me the door?
I think we need this to come to a head now, and we need to make a decision as to how to proceed, because it feels to me as if the retailer is kind of floundering about trying to get other people to take responsibility for this problem.
Yes.
In order to make it go away for them. Yes. Because ultimately your contract is with them. It's not with the lock manufacturer. It's not with the manufacturer of the door. It's not with the manufacturer or supplier of the draft excluder. It is with the retailer.
Yes.
Now,
that's right.
I think this needs to come to a head, and you need to make a decision, Linda, and we will assist you in terms of what to do next. Are you prepared to give them any more opportunities to try and repair this door and to make it work properly? Or are you now of the opinion that you wish to reject the goods, you're not going to give them any further opportunities to come and fix it, you want your money back?
I want my money back, exactly. I've had enough now, 2.5 years. I have no faith in the door. Okay. If they were to fit all these things, how do I know I'm still not going to get a problem through the winter?
Yeah.
It's not feasible, is it?
Okay. What you need to do now at this stage, you need to write to them and put them on notice that you are rejecting the goods. It needs to be a formal letter sent to them via Royal Mail signed for, so you've got a record that they've received it.
I always do that.
And you need to outline the fact that you very briefly kind of outline the synopsis of the complaint since the beginning, and that this is an ongoing problem, and that you have now reached a point where it is clear that their attempts to resolve the problem are not actually, they're not actually working. So therefore, as a result, reluctantly, they leave you with no alternative but to insist that you would now like them to collect the front door and to give you a full refund so that you can arrange for another company to install the door. Now, you need to put it, obviously, in the letter that you hope that they will be understanding and will arrange for the door to be collected as and when the new door is ready for installation, but that you will be seeking a full reimbursement for the door because it does not work and you do not have confidence that they are going to be able to resolve the problem for you.
Right. I mean, it's still sellotaped up. I still haven't used it for weeks now.
Yeah. We need to go and speak to the company, and enough is enough, Miles. Linda's been very patient. This has been going on this programme now for weeks.
Yeah.
And they haven't resolved it.
No.
Enough's enough.
No.
Arrange, please, for Linda, to come and collect the door, take the door out, and give her a full refund. And Linda's going to arrange for another company to come and fit the front door.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And if they're not prepared to do that, Linda, just so you are aware, you will then need to pursue them through the small claims court.
Right.
Okay.
I will do that.
Now, before we put that call in and before you write that letter, can I just establish, is that something you are prepared to do?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's explain that. There's no more wasting time with repairs. Just arrange to collect the door. And Linda, I would advise you at this stage, if that's what you're going to do, and if you're not going to allow them any further opportunity to fix it, you obviously need to get another company round as soon as possible to measure up and to supply you with a quotation for another front door.
Yes. I'll do that tomorrow. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, for your advice.
Well, let's see how they respond. I'm not saying that they're just going to kind of accept it and it's all going to be straightforward. They may well say, well, we're not prepared to give you your money back and we will see you in court.
Yes.
But if
they'll lose, won't they?
Well, not
have all the evidence that the door's not fit for purpose.
Listen, I am duty-bound to warn you that whenever things go to court, they can go either way.
Oh, I know.
So I cannot sit here and say to you, definitely, if you go to court, Linda, you'll definitely win. You might lose.
No. Right.
But it's obviously something that you, at this stage, you would take all of your evidence that you have and you would argue your case, and you would hope that the judge will recognise that this door simply is not fit for purpose and hasn't been from the very beginning, and that you've given this company numerous opportunities to fix it and they haven't done so properly. And that's why they leave you with no alternative, unfortunately, but to ask the court to assist you in terms of getting to Colin, who came to me about the new property he purchased a couple of years ago. He says he pays a yearly service charge for the upkeep of the surrounding gardens and area. But he doesn't think he's getting very good value for money at the moment.
I pretty much live at the bottom of the estate where there's a balancing pond. Lovely view, or it was a lovely view out of all of our windows. All the kids used to come down, play football on the green. Then sort of COVID hit and things sort of went by the by and the maintenance wasn't getting done by the developer. But then I sort of thought to myself, well, hold on a minute, my contract's with the maintenance company that I'm paying this yearly fee to, and it's gone on and on and on. It's just an overgrown mess of weeds, dead trees. There's a park there for the kids. It's just overgrown. The bins are not being emptied. There's just I can't see any maintenance whatsoever on the estate.
Well, the management company, Colin was saying, were blaming the developer for leaving the place in a state, which means they can't then maintain the land. And Colin was very worried that if nobody steps in soon, this problem's just going to get worse and worse. So I promised Colin I'd go off and speak to the management company and the developer to find out what was going on, who was going to take responsibility for it, and hopefully to persuade whoever was responsible to hurry up and get on and do the job. Well, Colin's back on the JVS show. Good morning to you, Colin.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning. So, as you know, I've spoken to the management company. They are Preem, Preim. And they said on behalf of this particular development and the residents' company that is responsible for this, Preem provides management and maintenance services for any completed amenity areas that have formerly been handed over from Crest Nicholson, the developer, to the residents' management company. These services are then funded through the service charge that homeowners pay. Over the past 5 months, we've been working very hard with Crest to help move the remaining communal amenity areas to a point where they can be handed over and looked after by us in order to carry out the ongoing maintenance work required. Residents are aware of this process through our quarterly newsletters and monthly steering committee meetings, and will continue to share news of when this handover of the communal amenities into the residents' management company is fully complete. Well, I mean, a lot of that sounded fine. There was an interesting question, though, you raised. Who's on this steering committee? Because you were saying that you don't know anyone on the development that is a member of the steering committee, and you'd like to know who's actually part of this steering committee. And actually, it may well be that you yourself would like to join the steering committee so that you can help shape the good management of this particular development. Well, I also spoke to Crest Nicholson, and Crest Nicholson came back initially with this. They said, we are doing all we can to finalise the landscaping at this development as soon as possible. Works are due to be completed throughout November, at which point the land will be handed over to Preem for future maintenance. We apologise for the delay and any inconvenience this has caused to local residents. Well, OK, so it all sounded pretty positive, but there were a few more things for me to check up. I went off to have a word with Preem about this steering committee for you, Colin.
Yep.
And they came back and said this. The steering committee is currently made up of 7 residents, all living at this development, who meet on a monthly basis together with Preem's customer account manager. Whilst we're unable to give personal details of each member, we're always happy to hear from more people interested in joining. We've recently set out a residents' newsletter which give details on how residents can join, which we always welcome. They went on to say if you or any other residents are interested in joining the steering committee, they can in the first instance contact the manager, and they gave an email address. Have you done that since we spoke, Colin?
I did indeed. I've done it as soon as I put the phone down from yourselves.
How'd you get on?
I've not had a reply.
You haven't had a reply?
Not even an acknowledgement of the email.
But that was last week.
Indeed it was, Jonathan. This is what we're dealing with.
Right. Did you copy me on that email? I haven't seen it.
I didn't, because I didn't want to sort of do it, but I can forward it to you today when I put the phone down. It's not a problem.
Yes, please, because what I will do is I will forward that over to Preem, and I will just say to them that you did what they suggested last week and you've had no acknowledgement whatsoever, which is disappointing.
I will do that as soon as I... Yeah, crazy. But like I say, Jonathan, this is what I've had for the whole lead-up. Is the communication is shocking from both companies. And they go on about this quarterly, or was it quarterly or monthly newsletter? I've been here 3 years in April, and I've only ever received one.
Quarterly newsletter and monthly steering committee meetings, they say.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Nah. I've forwarded you the one newsletter we got. I forwarded that through to your team. That's the only one I've had in nearly 3 years in April. So, what's that, 2.5 years I've been here? So I should have had more than one, I believe.
Now, the other issue is the fact that following Crest Nicholson's suggestion that they were going to do all of the necessary work throughout November, I was starting to get a bit concerned last week, as we are very much in the middle of November now. I was getting a bit worried that you were saying nothing has started at all. Now, there's a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. So why haven't they started? Now, can I just ask, since last week, has anything started at all?
I haven't seen anything.
No. Well, I have had another response from Crest Nicholson for the programme today. They say, we are working closely with our contractor on a programme for the completion of the remaining works which are due to start as soon as possible. We apologise to the residents for the delay in finalising the works at this development, and we appreciate their patience whilst the works are carried out. So, a further promise of getting things sorted, but now I notice that any assurance of it being done in November seems to have been omitted from their statement.
Yep, and this is what we've every single resident on this estate has had this problem when dealing with these two companies. It's just false hopes every time.
Well, I mean, it's very, very frustrating that is the situation you've had so far. But what is amazing is the fact that now they know both of their companies are being discussed on this programme and will continue to be discussed on this programme until this is all resolved. Because, I mean, you understand, I have a duty to you and to everybody else listening to the programme and to any other developers that would not leave a development in this situation, would have resolved things completely. I have a duty to report on whether the promises of those companies actually bear fruit. And at the moment, you know, we've got a lot of words. We've got words of, join our steering committee and, you know, you can help shape it. But when you've tried to join, when you've tried to email, you've had no acknowledgement. We've had promises from Crest Nicholson of, we're going to get all this done in November. It's now November the 17th. And you're telling me that no one has done any work at all on the area all around your house.
Exactly. They didn't say what November, though. They didn't say what year.
Well, I mean, that's a cynical view. But maybe, you know, maybe you're right. I mean, it is just disappointing. It's very disappointing. And it's very strange because, you know, a company like Crest Nicholson, they could probably do without me banging on about this on my programme.
Especially because they've got a big, massive development being built in Milton Keynes at the moment. So a lot of your listeners could well be listening and thinking, "Oh, right, I'm actually looking at a Crest Nicholson house at the moment."
Well, I'm surprised that they haven't come round and at least started the work, so that at least they could report something positive. But the fact that you're telling me, I mean, are you at home at the moment?
I'm here, looking out the window now, Jonathan.
And you're looking out over the area of land in question. It's still all overgrown and unkempt?
Yeah, nothing has changed whatsoever since I spoke to you.
Right.
I haven't even seen, like I say, I work from home. The majority of the working day, I'm sitting at my desk looking through the window. So I do see most people who do turn up, and I can't honestly say I've seen anyone actually look and survey the area.
Well, Chris Nicholson and Preem, I'm a bit disappointed, I have to be honest. Well, I'm more than a bit disappointed. I'm very disappointed. And I'm not going to stop covering this story until things are resolved. So can I suggest that somebody does go out there and gets the work started as soon as possible? Because the apologies and the warm words, they're all well and good. But if those warm words don't actually come to anything, you know, it's just hot air, really, isn't it? Okay, here's how we're going to proceed. I'm going to, as I say, I'm going to stay across this and we will be talking again. But I'd also like to make contact with the representative that I've been dealing with at Preem to find out why this manager of the development has not acknowledged your email. I will push for that to happen straight away. Okay. And I will also continue to liaise with Chris Nicholson until this gets resolved.
Brilliant.
Colin, I'm sorry that it's taking so long. It's very frustrating. I'm doing all I can, and I just hope we're going to get there.
Yeah, to be honest, Jonathan, I thought this was how it was going to pan out anyway. I thought that maybe they might sort of, with the weight of the BBC behind, they might actually sit up and listen and take care of their customers, but clearly they're not bothered.
Well, I don't know that I don't know that it's fair to say that, because they've suggested they are going to get this sorted. It's not as if they've just ignored the complaint. However, I come back to the point that I want to see action. Words are, words may well be very good with a newspaper that reports on an issue, and once they've done it, they've reported on the issue, and then they get a response from Crest Nicholson saying, we're going to sort it all out, and then the newspaper moves on. It's not the way my programme works. I stay across things until things are resolved. And
yeah, we've been having this for 2.5 years, though, Jonathan.
Well, if it carries on for 2.5 years on this programme, that's going to be 2.5 years of Crest Nicholson and Preem being discussed on this programme and being made very clear to all of my audience that they are not actually doing what they've promised they are going to do, which doesn't look very good. Anyway, let's leave it there, Colin. We'll talk very soon. Please copy me in on that email and I'll see what I can do to get them to respond, okay?
I'll send that to your team right now. Thanks very much for your time.
Tiffany's car had a broken pipe, so she took it to the garage to be repaired on the 26th of August. The following day, she had a call to say it had been hit overnight while it was parked just outside the garage. Well, Tiffany went to see her car, and all the panels on the left-hand side had been hit, and the front of the car was all twisted. What a nightmare. Well, it turns out there had been £11,500 worth of damage done to her car, and it's now a write-off. The garage owner initially said he'd go through his insurance company, and he told Tiffany that he thought someone from another business had hit her car. But sometime afterwards, he then told Tiffany that he couldn't make a claim because the car was parked outside of the garage. Well, the plot thickens. Tiffany had a call out of the blue from someone who told her they knew what had happened.
I received a call one evening, it was about 2 weeks ago now, from somebody that has works for the yard where my car was, and they said that somebody else there heard a big crash on the evening of the 27th, and he said that my car has fallen off of the ramp inside the garage. We then visited the man from the garage to ask him the truth and say that we've basically been told this has happened. He still denied it, but then said that we could try to go through his insurance company again.
Right.
So we then started to do that, and I went to visit him because it'd been 2 weeks and still nothing has been resolved. His company, his insurance company, was still trying to decide if they would take on the claim or not. When I visited him, he was still saying that we're putting things together. My car was never on a ramp. He slid underneath it to do the work. And then a minute later, he decided to tell the truth, and he admitted that my car did come off of the ramp.
Oh, well, Tiffany says she recorded the conversation with the garage owner, but he's unaware that she was recording him at the time, but she's got the evidence, if needed, to back up her story. Well, this is a bit of a nightmare for the garage owner, isn't it? I mean, how to try and wriggle out of your responsibility. We've been off to speak to that garage owner on Tiffany's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tiffany.
Hello, good morning.
What a nightmare, eh? What an absolute nightmare. Miles, just bring us up to speed with what's happened so far with our conversations with that garage owner.
So when we contacted the garage owner, he did admit that the car had fallen off the ramp. He said that he originally did think it had been hit outside the garage, and that his friend had tried to contact him and had left a note in the car, but he'd not seen either of those. So when he first contacted his insurance company, he'd said it had been hit outside. Then he contacted his insurance company again to tell them it had fallen off the ramp. Now, from the insurance company point of view, they have two different stories, so they needed to investigate.
Yes, I mean, it's a perfectly easy mistake to make.
Oh, absolutely.
It's so similar that a car is hit by another car outside your premises and the car falls off the ramp in the middle of the garage while you're doing work on it. I mean, it's so similar. I'm being very, very flippant and sarcastic when I say that. It's outrageous.
The insurance company had to take statements from both the garage owner and his friend that was looking after the garage when the incident happened. When they did, they got back to Tiffany and said that actually we are going to sort a car out for you. Because Tiffany had been left without a car this whole time. They were going to do an assessment of the car, a full inspection, just to find out whether the car actually was written off or whether they could repair the car. So the two options were going to be either repairing the car or, if it was written off, giving Tiffany the money for a replacement.
Right. What's happened from your perspective, Tiffany?
So I heard last week that they had gone to inspect the car and they were waiting for the engineer's report. And then it was actually, I think it was Friday actually last week, I finally heard back to say that they have deemed my car as written off. And the engineer, had come up with a amount of money that he thought the car was worth at the time of the incident.
Which was how much?
£17,200. And I denied that offer. I said that wasn't actually, I didn't think my car was worth, I thought my car was worth more than that, as me and my partner have been looking for a new car, and every car that has got the same spec, has got everything that my car had, was between 18,000 and 19,000. So I sent lots of links and information over to the insurance company.
I should just point out that that process of negotiation at the point of a write-off is very common and very typical. And you should never, when dealing with an insurance company, you should never accept the first offer that they make in terms of the settlement. They will normally go in with the lowest figure they can in the hope that you'll accept it.
Yes, so then she came back to me yesterday and she said that she had a look through lots of documents and sort of Word documents and things that they value cars from. She said that some of them were actually coming up lower than 17,000. It was around 16,000. But they did then offer me £18,130, which I have actually accepted now, as I am happy with that amount.
Yeah.
And I believe I can buy a new car for that. There was...
What happens to your old car? Where will that go and be taken by them, or do you get to keep that as well and sell it for spares? How have you agreed that?
No, so I believe the insurance company will be collecting that car, and I'm not too sure what they'll be doing with it, but I don't get it back at all.
I see.
So, yes, but I did, when I sent them the email explaining that I thought my car was worth more than that, I did point out a lot of reasons that I've obviously had to pay for lots of taxis since this happened. I've had to pay family members and friends petrol money to take me to places and appointments and things. And I've also had to retain my number plate because I had a private number plate on my car. So I've had to retain that number plate, which is £80, so I can keep that and then I can put that onto my new car. And I did point out to the insurance company that these are all things that I shouldn't have to pay for, because if this hadn't have happened, I wouldn't have been spending all of that money on things.
They're out-of-pocket expenses as a result of their client's negligence.
Yes, exactly. But she came back to me and said that they can't do anything with that, basically, because this is just for the value of the vehicle. So I'm still out of pocket for sort of those things that I've been paying for, and obviously been having to retain my number plate and things.
Yes. Well, I mean that is certainly something that you can take up with the garage owner themselves, because ultimately you put your vehicle in their hands as a professional. Yeah. And it would appear that whatever happened, they didn't take adequate responsibility for that vehicle. And as a result of this, you're left with this nightmare scenario. Yeah. So I think it would be perfectly reasonable for you to go back to that company and to say, your insurers do not wish to address this. However, I do expect somebody to address it. My car was in your hands, and therefore, if your insurers are not prepared to reimburse me for my out-of-pocket expenses, I will expect you to do so.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think he would do that for me.
Well, in that case, you have the option to sue him.
Okay, yeah.
So, he's got two options. He can either come to a reasonable arrangement with you and reimburse you your out-of-pocket expenses, or you'll sue him. Listen, it sounds as if there is a further conversation to have. We must leave it there because we're out of time, but we will keep in touch with you. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I decided to decorate the bathroom. It was in need of decorating, and I had it so it's now tiled from floor to ceiling. Mm-hmm. And I also bought a bathroom cabinet, a mirror door bathroom cabinet, online, which was delivered and was great. And I fitted it on the wall, and everything was fine. And it was a double door, and where the doors join it, and you're looking into the cabinet, obviously it was like a black line down there, just where the shadow. And this was a nice sharp black line. And recently I noticed that the line wasn't so sharp. And when I looked closely, I realised that the silver was coming off the mirror.
Sorry, when did you do this, and when did you put this new bathroom cabinet up?
Well, this is what I was going to go on to say that, Jonathan. So you understand why I'm a bit upset about it. Because what happened, I did this, and I contacted the company to say.
Sorry, can I just take you back to my question, because it's quite crucial at this point. I understand the time frame. So when did you buy this bathroom cabinet? Right. Well, as I said, I was going to say that to you. It was delivered on the 24th of October 2019. 19. Okay. And when did you notice the problem? Well, I noticed it. Well, this is what I was going to say. I contacted the company on the 29th of October 2021. So it was 2 years, 2 years and
5 days.
Okay. And how much did you pay for this bathroom cabinet?
How much?
Yep.
Over £122, thereabouts.
Okay, fine. And what do you use to clean it?
Well, just damp cloth.
Just never any chemicals or anything like that?
No, never any chemicals at all.
Okay. So when you contacted the company that you purchased it from to say, look, I've only had this thing for 2 years, just use a damp cloth on it, it's all the silver started coming off it. What have they had to say for themselves? Well, as I said, I contacted the company. They said a manager would be in touch with me. And I got an email back from them on the 1st of November stating that the company themselves and the manufacturer both have a 2-year warranty. And as I was 5 days outside the 2 years, the product was not covered. They said if it had occurred within the 2 years, they would replace it without question, but as it was over 2 years, there was nothing they could do. Okay. They went on to say in the email, as per the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, if a fault develops after the first 6 months of owning the product, the onus is on the customer to prove the fault was present at the point of receipt, and then should I be able to provide evidence to show that a lack of conformity existed at the time the item came into your possession, resulting in the fault you have now reported, I am happy to investigate the matter further. Well, I obviously sent back photographs to show the damage. I mean, I'm not talking about really major damage. It was something that I didn't notice at first. But now, whenever you walk in the room, it's the first thing I do notice. Right. But I contacted them saying clearly the fault did not occur in the 5 days after the 2-year warranty expired. But this was the first time I noticed it. And I said about, as far as I was concerned, the Consumer Protection Act of 2015 states that the item purchased should be of satisfactory quality as described, fit for purpose, and last a reasonable length of time. And I stated that a mirror glass lasting 2 years, in my opinion, is not a reasonable length of time. Mm-hmm. And they haven't replied to that. Okay. And I chased them up again on the 10th of November. And again, they haven't replied. And can I just establish, I don't want anything that will identify which company we're talking about, but the company you purchase this from on the internet, they are based in the United Kingdom, are they? Yes. Okay, they're British company. Yes, well, as far as I know, it's a British company. I mean, it's certainly based in England. Okay, fine. So just worth pointing that out because, of course, on the internet you can buy stuff from any other country in the world, pretty much. Yes. And you need to be aware of the fact that if you're buying something from a company that's in another country, UK consumer law will not necessarily apply to them. I agree with that. It's just, they actually mentioned it themselves, didn't they? Yeah. Well, it's just a point worth pointing. It's just worth pointing that out for other people listening to the programme because you'd be amazed how many people just go on the internet and find a product on the internet and assume, because they found the product on the internet in their, in their office or in their bedroom, that must be from a British company. It's not the case always, and you need to make sure that you know who you're buying it from, and always buy from good, reputable companies. Now, let me just explain your rights. You are absolutely correct when you say that this bathroom cabinet should be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. And as long as you haven't used any harsh chemicals on the product that may well have made some of the silver start to come off, then the fact that the silver is coming off with perfectly normal use of the product is unacceptable. And the company really needs to take responsibility for that under the Consumer Rights Act. However, they are also within their rights, if they want to be difficult, to ask you to prove that the product has a manufacturing defect rather than, for example, you've damaged the product yourself through the way you're using it. Okay?
Right. I mean, I can understand, like, if it was...
Hang on a second. I'm finished explaining. So, if they ask you to prove that, the chances are it's going to cost you money to prove that, because you're going to have somebody out, an expert in this kind of furniture, who would write a report for you, and you're going to have to pay for that. If the report finds in your favour, what the retailer needs to realise is that if that report finds in your favour, you are within your rights at that point to go back to the retailer and to ask them to not only address the problem you have with the product, but also to reimburse you any consequential loss that you have incurred in order to prove that the product has a manufacturing defect. Okay? Yeah. So it's a high-risk strategy for the retailer to take to put the ball in your court. And I would imagine most retailers, if they are going to do that, they do that because they work on the basis that 9 out of 10 customers won't bother. At that point, 9 out of 10 customers will say, oh, do you know what, that just sounds like it's a hassle. Do you know what, I'll just put up with it, or I'll go and buy a new one.
Yeah.
Because...
I mean, I wouldn't even know how, is there such a thing as a mirror expert? How would you... I wouldn't even know how to contact somebody like that.
So is it actually on the mirrored surface of the cabinet itself where the silver's coming off?
Yes. It's like the mirror is, for whatever reason, is deteriorating or whatever.
Well, I would suggest that probably the best organisation would be if you have a local glazing company.
Yeah.
Most glazing companies, they sell mirrors. And in fact, many glazing companies will kind of cut mirrors to size. I've got in my bathroom, when I had my bathroom done up, I had 2 beautiful mirrors cut to just the right size, and they're embedded in the tiled wall.
Right. Yeah.
So a company that does that kind of work will know about mirrored glass, and they will be able to, on headed notepaper, write something for you as to why it sounds from what you're describing as if the backing of the mirrored glass is peeling off from the inside. Would that be right?
Well, I don't know about peeling. It's just sort of deteriorating. It's not sort of peeling. It's just like little marks. As it's just coming off. How it's coming off, peeling or just deteriorating, I'm not sure.
Well, I reckon a glazing expert would probably be your best bet in terms of writing a report as to what's going on with that. So what I think you need to do at this stage, and I don't know if you want us at this stage to get involved or whether you want to try this yourself to start with, you need to go back to the retailer and be extremely forceful. Not rude, but forceful, and say, thank you for your response. I completely understand that if you wish, you can certainly insist that I provide a manufacturer's report or an independent report to confirm that it's a manufacturing defect. Please be advised, I have now spoken to, and then list the company that you've spoken to.
Yeah.
They are prepared to come and assess the furniture. Their charge for doing so and writing a formal report will be, and then outline the amount that they're going to charge you for coming out and having a look at the mirror and writing a report.
Okay.
And just say, obviously, if the company confirms in their report that this bathroom furniture that I purchased from your company has a manufacturing defect which is causing the problem, I will expect you to not only resolve the issue with the furniture, but I will also expect you to reimburse me the full cost of having the report carried out.
Okay.
I will now proceed, based on your previous correspondence, I will now proceed in arranging that, and you can expect to hear from me shortly.
Yeah. Because, as I say, they haven't responded to my last 2 emails.
Yeah, I do, and they probably are just hoping quietly you're going to go away. So you need to make it quite clear that you're not. You're going to be a pain in their backside. And that's what you're now going to do. Now, if it were me, if I was running that company, at the stage when you have clearly gone to the effort of finding a company that's going to do a report, and you then come back to me and say, right, I'm going to have a report done, and this is how much it's going to cost someone, either you or me. At that point, as a retailer, I'm going to look at this and I'm going to say, oh, blimey, okay, we're talking about a bathroom cabinet costing, retail price 122 quid. Probably the cost to the company is considerably less than that. At this stage, I think I would probably, as a retailer, be saying, do you know what, we'll send you out a new one.
Yeah.
But they may decide to really force you to go through all the various hoops. If that's the case, well, show them that you're prepared to do just that.
Okay. Do
you want to send them that? Go and have a word with the company and then let us know how things go. And if you need anything further from us, we're more than happy to go and speak to them. Curran upgraded her kitchen last year and decided in the process to change her oven. She found one online that she rather liked the look of. She bought it in July of 2020. It cost just under 330 quid. It was working absolutely fine until October of 2021, when the bottom oven stopped working properly. So she contacted the retailer to see if they could help her.
I went back to the platform that I bought it off just to say, look, I'm having problems with the oven. It's less than 2 years old. Can something be done about it? They then send the company that sold it to me through their platform an email to say the oven is defective. Can it be replaced or a refund offered? The company then responded to say no, they have a 30 days guarantee, in which when the oven had gone wrong, I should have come back to them. And in any event, it only comes with 12-month guarantee. So no, there's nothing that they can do about it.
Well, I mean, it's just complete nonsense. As all regular listeners know, when you purchase a product from a retailer, I say it again, you're covered by the Consumer Rights Act. The product needs to be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. This oven clearly hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time, so I went off to have a word with the retailer on Curran's behalf just to inquire as to why they didn't seem to want to obey the law. Curran's back on the JVS show. Hello, Curran.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, this is... let me just quickly put out my advice on purchasing stuff again on the internet. Please, when you're going to buy stuff on the internet, please buy from good, reputable, well-known companies and buy good, reputable brands. Life is very short to be dealing with hassle. And there are all kinds of companies out there on the internet that you've never heard of, selling products that are made by companies that you've never heard of, that may or may not be good value for money. Now, I'm not making a comment on this particular oven, other than to say I had never heard of the brand before, never heard of this retailer before. To be fair to them, they seem to have quite good reviews, but the stuff they were selling, it seems to be a brand that only they sell. Now, I don't know how good quality that is or not. What I was most concerned about was the fact that when you'd pointed out their obligation under the Consumer Rights Act, they didn't seem to want to do what they needed to do. So I explained that to them. They obviously didn't want to end up having a protracted conversation with me, so they just responded and said, we will replace the oven for the customer. Well, fine. If that's what they want to do, that's all they need to do. And when I spoke to you last, that was what they'd communicated to you. And a little birdie tells me somebody was supposed to turn up this morning before 12 o'clock with your new oven.
Yep, they did, Jonathan, at 16 minutes past 11, to be precise.
Great. And you've got your new oven. It's the perfect one for you?
I've got my new oven. I haven't unboxed it yet.
Oh, right. Right. Can I suggest you do that?
Yep.
Just to make sure that it's all okay and, just to make sure there's nothing broken on it or No glass panel smashed or anything like that? Do that ASAP. Don't just leave it in the box, will you?
No, I'll do it as soon as I get off the phone.
Yes, please do. It's only that, and I completely understand. I presume you're waiting for someone to come and fit the new oven, swap it over for you.
Yeah, they'll have to do that.
When are they going to do that, though?
I'm hoping to get it done by this weekend.
Right, okay. But you see, the problem is, if, for example, when they take that oven out of the box, all the glass panel on the front is smashed, if you haven't informed the company straight away, they will argue to you that there is no evidence that product arrived smashed. It may have been done by your engineer. So that's why it's really important to check it and just make sure everything looks okay with it before you go any further, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to do that as soon as I get off the phone.
Yes, good. Okay, lovely. But if we work on the basis that everything is right with it, are you now happy that you've got your replacement oven?
Absolutely.
Please.
Right, okay. Well, in January this year, actually, two of my sons clubbed together to buy me a treadmill for my 75th birthday. They bought it from an online retailer.
Did you want a treadmill for your 75th birthday?
Yes, I did.
Oh, all right. All right. Okay, it's not... I don't think I'd want a treadmill for my 75th birthday. On my job, I wouldn't want a treadmill for any of my birthdays, to be honest.
It's very good exercise.
Is it? Right.
Yes. Yes, and I used it for 3 months, and then suddenly there was no speed to the belt at all. It just wouldn't go. You know, it went, but so slow that you couldn't do anything. Well, my son contacted the suppliers or the online retailer, and he's not got anywhere with them at all.
Why not?
He also contacted the credit card company that he paid it through, and they can't help either because they said it's going through a third party.
Right. I mean, why has the retailer not taken responsibility, though? Because obviously, I mean, I presume your son purchased this from a good, reputable British company.
It's an online company, yes, a very well-known one.
But this is purchased from, his contract is with a well-known British retailer.
Well, I presume so, yes.
Okay. Well, as long as it's through a good, reputable British company, then there is absolutely no reason why they should not be sorting this out. I mean, the simple fact is, if you've purchased this product from a good, reputable British company on the internet, then of course you are protected by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, which states that the product must be fit for purpose, must be of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. And 3 months is not a reasonable amount of time. What, have they responded at all?
The first time he contacted them, they said that, oh yes, we'll sort out a refund for you. Then that didn't happen, so he phoned them back and they said, oh well, you weren't supposed to be told that. It has to go through our customer complaints department. And they just kept saying that they haven't heard back from the supplier.
Right.
And that's it. They've just given up now.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we need to go and have a little word with them and find out what's going on. I mean, the thing is, if this is, as you say, a good, reputable British company, then there is absolutely no reason why they should be responding to you in this way. I mean, to be honest, if your son had purchased this from some, internet company based in another country, God knows where, then to be honest, you're probably on a bit of a hiding to nothing. But if this... Oh, hang on a second. I've just been sent the invoice.
Right.
Let's have a little look here. Right. Have you seen who sold this treadmill? And have you seen...
Not really. No,
well,
I must admit I didn't... I just got them copied and sent to you. I think I might have it here.
Have you got the invoice there? If you've got the invoice, right, now just look at the right hand side. Sold by.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Now, I don't want the name of the company, but can you see my problem?
Yes, yeah.
Where does it look like he's bought that treadmill from?
So the company that he actually bought it from on the internet through their platform are not responsible then?
Well, not if he didn't buy it from them, no. I mean, there are certain internet platform companies out there. So let me I will name them, because in this situation I don't think they are responsible at all. So if, for example, you were to go on the internet and to buy something from a company selling on Amazon or selling on eBay, your contract, if it is being sold by a company using that platform to sell, your contract isn't with Amazon or eBay, it's with whichever company has used that platform to sell. Now, I'm looking at here, the company that it would appear your son's purchased the treadmill from. I can't even pronounce the name of it.
No, but I know I can't see it now because it's on my phone, but originally it was a company, but it said the company .uk behind it.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
This receipt doesn't say.
It doesn't matter. If you go on to if you're looking at something on, for example, Amazon, it will say if you look down on the information, it will say who is selling the item. Now, some items will be sold by Amazon themselves, and if that's the case, your contract is with Amazon.
Right.
If, however, it says another company, and there are lots of companies that sell on Amazon, then your contract is with them. Now, the reality is, looking at this paperwork here, your son has got a contract with a company in China. He bought a treadmill from a company in China, and therefore, as a result, if we can't get them to do anything about it, you wouldn't even be able to take them to court, because
no, I realise that.
You know, you're dealing with a company in another country, and you've not bought it from a British company. So, I mean, I have no idea whether China has a small claims court. I have no idea what their consumer law is, and to be honest, you know, it's too far away to start going and putting in a court claim for 100. I see this treadmill was 189.99.
Yes, yes.
I mean, I'm more than happy to try and make contact with them. Okay. However, I have to be honest, I think I need to make this very clear to everyone listening to the programme, particularly as we come up towards Christmas and people will be buying a lot of stuff online. Please, please, make sure that you are buying products from good British reputable companies, where if you have a problem, you know that you have, firstly, hopefully got a decent level of customer service, because it's a company based in the UK. They have a reputation to uphold, and they will want to keep their customers happy. But also, more importantly, you've got a company where if you have a problem with them, a dispute that cannot be resolved, you can use the British court system to hold them to account. If you go online and buy a product from another country, you do not have the right to be able to take that company to court. Even if you did take them to court, the chances are they simply won't turn up, they won't do anything about it. You're on a hiding to nothing.
Yeah,
so please be very careful. There are all kinds of companies from not only China but elsewhere in the world that sell stuff cheaper than British companies. But just be aware of the fact that if something goes wrong with it. I mean, the other thing I would say is, how are you even sure that this treadmill complies with British regulations?
I don't.
You know, I have no idea. This treadmill, it could have suddenly backfired, and it could have fired you out your bedroom window, Kay. No, but I mean, imagine if it suddenly took off and you went flying out your window. You've got no idea, because if something's made and sold in China, you've got no idea whether it necessarily meets European and British legal requirements. And for all kinds of electrical appliances, of course, they have to comply with various safety checks. You've got no idea really whether or not it does. What I can certainly do is try and find out a little bit more about this company for you and try and have a word with them and hope that by using, by sending them an email using the BBC name, you would hope that they may recognise it and say, oh, maybe we better do something about it. But to be honest, if they don't, I'm just looking down. I mean, I can't even pronounce the name of the company. God knows I'm going to name them. I mean, I'm not joking. I cannot pronounce the name of the company.
I must admit, I can't either.
Right, well, look, hopefully a bit of a lesson for everyone listening to the programme.
Yes.
Let's see what we can find out for you. I'm going to pass you back to Miles.
Wow.
Can you pronounce the name?
Not even close.
No.
The first syllable I think I can get.
Yeah. I mean, it's... And where is this in China? In Changjing. In China. Changjing. Is that how you pronounce it? Dongli... Well, they're based in Pingying Road in Dongli District in Tangying.
Would you like to visit Dongli District?
That I can pronounce. The name of the company, I have no idea how I pronounce that at all. Listen, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. Okay. Maria ordered a new back door, just over £2,500. She paid a deposit of £575. This was a long time ago. It was in September of 2020. It was delivered eventually. I mean, there was a bit of a delay on the delivery to start with, but when it was finally installed, pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside, and the wrong design.
Well, look, to cut a very long story short, regular listeners to this programme will have followed Maria's nightmare she's had with this door over the last year or so. I went and spoke to the company. The company said that they were prepared to come and replace the door with a composite door. However, because of the lockdown and because of coronavirus, there was this massive delay on getting the part. It finally did arrive recently. When it arrived, there were then other bits missing. Then when they installed it, there was a problem with the threshold. There was a problem with the glazing unit. There was a problem with the frame around the window. There were marks on the door. All kinds of problems that Maria was still very unhappy with. The company concerned, as regular listeners will know very well by now, is a company called DG Solutions, based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. Now, they seem to have been quite quiet recently in terms of responding to my programme and in terms of providing somebody to appear on the programme to explain what's going on. But I very much hope they've done more to help Maria. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Maria.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. What's happened since we last spoke?
Well, I had a very nice young lady ring me last Friday and fixed a date for this coming Monday, the 22nd, and the fitter is coming to change both the window panes, the little one and the big one, and the paintwork is going to bring a special spray paint and is going to change the draft excluder.
And this is on this coming Monday?
Yes, the 22nd.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I hope that that's going to happen. And I hope that when it does happen, I hope that you will then be happy with the door. I would love to be able to say that there is somebody on the line, one of the directors of DG Solutions, who would like to explain to you and everyone else listening to the programme why you have had this problem, why this has been such a nightmare, and why this has rumbled on for in excess of a year. Unfortunately, I can't say that because it would appear, although they said that, or the lady that I was dealing with at DG Solutions said she was going to put that invitation to the directors, I have not heard back from them with a positive response to say that they would like to explain what's going on. So I'm, as I have said to you throughout all of this, I'm just amazed. This is a lesson, an absolute lesson for all other companies listening to this programme in how not to resolve a customer complaint. I very much hope that when we catch up with you after next Monday, you will be happy. Have they said what time they're coming?
Well, I did say, are they coming AM or PM? And they asked me which I would like. I said, I would like AM, please. And she said, yep, he'll be there AM.
Right.
But, I mean, to me, AM is before 12 o'clock, but preferably 9 o'clock would be wonderful. You know, so you have time to do the job properly.
Well, yes, and to make sure that you've got plenty of time while it's light, because that was one of the other problems previously when they came to fit the door. They turned up in the afternoon, and then by the time they'd finished, it was getting dark. You couldn't see. You couldn't kind of see the finish of the door. You couldn't see outside. It wasn't until the following day when you looked at it closely, you thought, "Oh, look at all these marks all over. I'm not happy with that."
And the scratch in the window pane, and the paint that had been touched up was messy. There's so much, you know.
Well,
but if it's raining, they won't be able to finish the job anyway. So we're hoping it'll be a day like this on Monday. Fingers crossed.
I was going to say, I mean, have we just checked the weather forecast for Monday? Do we know what the likelihood
is? It seems Monday morning seems to be okay.
Actually,
then,
do you know what?
The winds change.
It does look. It looks as if it's going to be cold, but it looks as if it's going to be a bit like today. So that would be ideal, really, wouldn't it?
Wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, look, let's just keep fingers crossed. We'll catch up after Monday, and I hope that next time we speak, you will be 100% happy and everything will be sorted out.
Won't it be lovely?
Won't it be lovely? Absolutely. Maria, we'll talk next week.
Jonathan.
Charlotte has had her washing machine for about 5 years with no problems until last month when all of a sudden she returned home from a shopping trip to find a completely flooded kitchen.
My daughter called me. I just had to abandon my shopping, rush home, and oh my God, when I walked in the door, it was horrific. Literally from where the washing machine was right to the back wall was literally a swimming pool. I had to pull out all of my other appliances, and we tried to sort of mop up the water as best as possible. But where it had flooded so much, obviously the underlay underneath was acting like a sponge. So all the surface water that we were mopping up and everything, it wasn't really doing much because then it was just kept coming through. So I called up the insurance and, explained the situation. They came out a week later, and the engineer told me that basically my machine was actually on a product recall list. And I said, oh, hold on a minute. I said, no, I don't think that's right. I said, because I had that email and I had the reply back saying that actually, no, my machine was fine and it wasn't on the list.
Well, it looks as if Charlotte's going to get a replacement washing machine through the extended warranty insurance she took out with the product. But she says, what about the damage to the rest of my house? She needs all the floor to be sorted out. That's going to cost a lot of money. Charlotte says that she was using a machine that should have been recalled. So she feels as if somebody should take responsibility for the fact that this machine that should have been recalled has now damaged her home. Well, we went off to have a word with the retailer and with the manufacturer of the washing machine to try and get to the bottom of what was going on, and their response was very interesting. Charlotte's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Charlotte.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, marvellous. Thank you, Charlotte. Now, I know that Miles went off to speak to Currys, the retailer, and this is also a Hotpoint washing machine. So
yes.
You spoke to Hotpoint, or their parent company anyway. And to start with, they were saying there was no recall on this machine.
Yes.
And they said that as far as they were concerned, when the engineer had come out to have a look at the problem with the machine, they said that it was established that a coin had got jammed in the machine and caused it to overflow and flood. Now, Charlotte, you hadn't heard any mention whatsoever of a coin up until this point.
No, that's right.
No, at no point had anyone said to you, had the engineer who attended your property turned around to you and said, look at this. Because that's what you do, isn't it? If you were the engineer and you've been called out to a product and it's flooded the customer's floor and you found a coin jammed inside it, surely you'd turn around to the customer and you'd say, look what I just found. I'm afraid I've just found this blocked in the pipe. That's what your problem is. You'd show the customer. But there was no mention of it whatsoever. All the engineer at the time said was, well, this machine should have been recalled. So this was all a bit strange. Then the manufacturer changed their tune, didn't they? And they then said, actually, the machine was on the recall list. We made a mistake.
But yes, that's exactly what they said, but they did stick by that the recall did not cause this problem. Nothing that would have been affected by the recall caused the problem, and it was a coin in the drum. They did say that they'd offered Charlotte £100 towards the damages accrued.
Right, OK. Now, we were going off to have a word. Last time we spoke, we were going off to have a word with the company that provided the extended warranty, because we were working on the basis that it must have been one of their engineers that went to Charlotte's property on the day in question to have a look at it. Did that engineer write down that he or she had found a coin jammed in the machine and that was what had caused the problem? I gather there's yet another interesting twist on this. What's going on now, Miles?
Yeah, so the conversations with the insurance company have been interesting. Now, they've said to me that the engineer that went out was on behalf of the manufacturer. So it would have come through the insurance company, but actually the manufacturer's engineer went out to inspect.
So it was a Hot Point engineer who went?
That's what we're being told, yes. And they've said that they had a verbal conversation with the manufacturer, with Hot Point, regarding the issue. And the wording of this is where it's interesting. They said that it was in the engineer's expert opinion, the only thing that could cause the issue was an item such as a coin.
Sorry?
Such as is a twist, isn't it?
Where's the coin then?
Well, they're saying such as a coin, so there's no confirmation it's definitely a coin.
So they didn't find a coin?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh my God.
So the reason for the problem with the machine flooding your kitchen was that in the engineer's expert opinion, it was something like a coin that must have blocked the machine, but the engineer didn't find a coin that had blocked the machine. Really? Surely if it was a coin that had blocked the machine. I mean, this sounds like a very bizarre thing to assume if you haven't found the evidence to support what you're saying.
Totally agree, yeah.
Surely he would have found a coin.
Yeah.
Where is the machine now? Charlotte, where's the machine now?
Oh, they've taken it now. They've took it away.
So they took the machine?
The insurance company. Because, obviously, I have the insurance where they replace it old for new or broken for new. So when they come to bring me my new one, then they took the old one away.
Now, was it... I don't want anything that will identify the insurance company at this stage, because the insurance company say that it's a Hot Point engineer that was dealing with this. Was it a Hot Point engineer who came to collect the machine and replace it?
Yes.
It was. It was someone who had Hot Point or, Whirlpool written on their jumper or top.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good news, because I would like us to go back to Hot Point and say to them, the machine that you took away from Charlotte's property that you've assumed had a coin blocked in it, but you didn't actually find the coin, that machine, could we organise for somebody independent to have a look at it? Could we arrange for an independent washing machine expert to have a look at that machine and to see if they can find this so-called coin that apparently blocked it up and caused the flood that then destroyed Charlotte's floor? Can we go and put that to them, please, Miles?
Absolutely. Interesting to see what they say.
It's just... Forgive me, this just seems like a very odd response. There's either a coin in there, or there's either a coin or there isn't. Surely you'd find the coin.
Yeah, and weirdly, yesterday I had an email through from with the engineer's report, And when I read it, it didn't say anything about that either.
So on the engineer's report, what does it say?
So it says about it being on the recall list and everything, like I've explained before, but no mention whatsoever of this coin at all. It says multiple leaks as everything else. So I was scanning it, seeing if there was the word coin or something lodged or anything. Nothing.
Well, this seems very...
And I don't know why, and I don't know why all of a sudden now I've had this sent to me yesterday, when it happened at the end of September.
It makes no sense, because if the engineer who has come out to have a look at the problem with the machine reckons that there's a coin that's caused the problem, surely you find the coin, you show the customer, you say, look what I've found, this has caused the problem with your machine overflowing, that's why it's leaked, here's the evidence. But this engineer didn't even make a note on the day of the fact that he suspected it was a coin but hadn't found one. There's no record on the paperwork whatsoever. And yet when we approached Hotpoint, their instant response was, this was the customer's fault, really. The customer had left a coin in the machine that's blocked it up, and that's what's caused the overflow, the leak.
Yeah.
Most unusual response.
Totally agree.
Miles, can we go back to Hotpoint? Can we just ask them for the further response? Preferably, would somebody like to come on the programme from Hotpoint and just explain how they as a company reached this conclusion, and why, if they'd reached that conclusion, did the engineer not feel the need to put it on the paperwork at the time? And if they have got the machine still, which I presume they will, can they please facilitate an independent engineer looking at it to find the coin?
OK, we'll see what they say.
Charlotte, more work to do. We will talk to you very soon. Now, Linda sold her house back in the summer as she wanted to live closer to her family. She had to put all of her stuff into storage for 11 weeks before they could move into their new property. She said that they found a company to move them. It was going to cost £8,200 for the moving process and also the storage. Well, she was telling me that her furniture was delivered in October of this year. But there are a number of issues on the day that Linda's still waiting for the company to sort.
We are still without some of the furniture, parts of furniture, like the legs of a dining room table we're missing, and some other items are missing still. They were due to be, or one of them was due to be delivered week beginning the 21st of October. We're still waiting. That was about 3.5 weeks ago. I think the issue is that there is lack of communication from the company, lack of progress. When we phone and contact, somebody gets back and there's a little step forward. We have asked that we receive some sort of recognition for the damages that can't be repaired. We're happy for their furniture restorer to come and restore the items that are damaged.
Well, I have said this many times before, and I have very good reason for doing this. Please, 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 if you decide to move house, make sure that you use a good, reputable removals company. Preferably one that is a member of one of the removals trade organisations, so there is some further support if you need it, if you have a dispute with the company. Do your research, make sure that they've got a really good, long-established reputation. And the reason being, I am well aware of the fact that moving house is a very expensive business. There's so many fees that you have to pay, and stamp duty and all that kind of stuff. It really does. It can be eye-watering how much it costs you to move house. And I do understand that when it comes to the removing, very often people think to themselves, do you know what? I'll find a cheap company with a few vans. Everything will be fine. I've heard some horror stories over the years. Many of you have heard some horror stories on my programme of companies that have been entrusted with a family's entire worldly goods, and either the goods all go missing on the day of the move, the goods are sometimes held hostage by a company that suddenly wants more money before they'll deliver them, companies that damage goods. You really are You're giving a company a huge responsibility of all your entire worldly belongings. Make sure you do your research. That's some general advice. Now, what's this particular company had to say regarding Linda's move? She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Linda.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, first off, I will just say to you, you did mention on my programme last time, I said to you, did you use a good reputable company? Well, I've heard of them. And you suggested I would have done. I've never heard of this company before in my life.
Oh, dear.
I don't know. Just out of interest, how had you heard of them?
I actually, there was a website that you could go on to ask for companies to come and bid for your, for the job. It was at a very busy time as well. We did that, and when we looked at this particular company's website, they seemed to be a member of the Guild of Removers and one or two other accolades, and they had some very good reviews.
Well, I've never heard of them before. Now, that's not to say that they're not a reasonable company to deal with. Although I have to be honest, I'm not particularly impressed with the response that I have received from them. So, after our conversation earlier this week, I made contact with them, as I would do, and I got through to their office. Spoke to someone who sounded reasonable and helpful, and I said that I would like to speak to the manager, who you'd been dealing with previously. And I was told that he wasn't in the office at that particular moment, but if I was to give my details, he would make contact with me. I was told that apparently there was a COVID outbreak in the company and everyone was working from home accordingly. So I was told he was working from home and he'd call me back. So I left my details. However, I didn't receive any call back. So I sent an email just to outline all the details of your complaint. And again, to reiterate that I would like to provide them with an opportunity to give a response to the programme. All I received from this company was a response to say that the manager himself has got COVID. It says here, I'll read you the email. Dear Jonathan Vernon Smith, thank you for the email. Our office is closed due to a number of our staff being tested positive COVID-19. This particular man is self-isolating until 21st November as he has been tested positive. I'm reading this as it's written. For any other queries, please send us an email to, and then they just gave the generic email address. So I responded and said, thank you very much indeed. Can you please forward my email to whoever is running the company then in this man's absence? There must be somebody else who's in charge for the time being. I've had no response whatsoever. However, I do believe they made contact with you straight away. So what's happened from your perspective?
They called me yesterday 11:30 and said that they've got the table legs that they'd like to deliver. So I said, that's great, thank you. Come whenever you can, I'll make sure that we're available. And they came that afternoon.
So hang on a second. So suddenly, after all this time, miraculously missing parts that you were waiting for your table suddenly materialised.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the correct ones, and they did fit them, and we've now got a working table. But we haven't heard anything else about any of the other issues like the other missing items, or a company came to produce a report on all the damages, took loads of pictures, and we haven't heard anything back. They were reporting back to the removal company, and then somebody was due to get back to us to say when they could come and what they were going to do. Not heard anything about that yet.
Right, okay. Now, I understand the company that came out to independently assess the damage.
Yes.
I understand that is a reputable, well-known company that we have all heard of.
Yes.
Now, that fills me with a level of hope, because the fact that they've used a good, reputable company to come and assess the damage would suggest to me that, their intentions are obviously clear, that they did want to establish quite fairly and properly what had been damaged and what could be done to sort it out. However, I'm really disappointed with the response, and in terms of them as a company, I haven't had dealings with them before, which on one hand is a good thing. But I've never heard of them before either. And I do find it quite astonishing that a company doesn't seem to have anyone in charge who can provide any kind of response at all when the BBC is investigating their company and investigating a complaint against their company. Now, to be fair, I am going to give them until the weekend, because they do state in the email that this particular member of staff is isolating until the weekend, until the 21st of November. So I will expect to hear from the company first thing on Monday morning with an explanation as to what is going on, what's going on with the damage, what is going to be done to repair the damage. I'm pleased that they found the table legs, but if they think that just delivering you the table legs that they seem to have held on for some time to is going to be enough to make me go away, they're very much mistaken. At this stage, I haven't identified them on the programme. I hope that it won't be necessary to identify them on the programme. But we will wait and see what their response finally is. So let's leave it there. My advice again, just to everyone listening to the programme, please be very careful. If you go online and you start looking at comparison sites for removals companies, and Uphops a relatively good price with a company that may have a very smart website, if you've never heard of them before, please, please, please make sure you do all of your research on them. Look at what the customers are saying about them. Look at how long they've been in business for. Do your due diligence. Make sure that they are a member of a trade association that you can complain to if things go wrong, because you're giving them a huge task of moving everything you've ever worked hard for in life from one place to another. A whole load of things can go horribly wrong, and unfortunately in Linda's case they have. Linda, I'm pleased that at least something's happened, but we will talk again as soon as I've been able to hear from them next week. Maureen's on the line. Hello, Maureen.
Hello, good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you, Maureen. I gather you have a consumer problem you need some advice on. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, so back in 2018, May 2018, I went to a company and I bought a 3-seater electric recliner and a 2-seater manual recliner.
How lovely.
Yeah. So on the day of delivery, the 2-seater recliner, the mechanism on the side where you pull the handle and it just flicks out the footrest, that wasn't working. So before the delivery guys disappeared, I said to them, this isn't working. Can you tell the company? They goes, okay, as soon as we get back to the company, we'll let them know. Okay, I didn't hear anything. So like a month went by. So I visited the store. I explained the situation. So anyway, to cut a long story short, it took 6 months to get that put right with an engineer visiting my home. And it took him 4 hours to fix that, to repair the mechanism in my property. Okay, said and done, that's all finished. So now I'm having an issue with the 3-seater recliner because the seats in that are really soft where my husband and I sit. I mean, I sit in it in the evening from 6 o'clock and my husband, I said to him, don't sit in the chairs, just rotate in all of them, so it doesn't wear it out. So anyway, I went back to DFX.
Now, look, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there because you've identified the company, so we're going to have to leave it there. Sorry, Maureen. Them's the rules. That's why I ask for no company names on the programme. It's the JVS show. If you're having a consumer nightmare, 08081 008800. Now, Ava came to me. Ava lives in a housing association flat. For the last few years, her boiler has leaked on and off. The leak is so bad, the water's damaged some of the carpets, and she's no longer able to use these rooms. She also has some bugs that are now living in the carpets. Well, She contacted the Housing Association, but they don't appear to be helping.
It has ruined the carpet in my living room. So the leak has gone all the way through, halfway through the carpet in the living room and halfway through my boys' bedroom as well. So at the moment, we can't use the front room or we can't use the boys' bedroom. So we're all basically living in my bedroom. So the floor is all wet, it's moldy, it's smelly. I'm just living in a really bad state at the moment. I'm still having the leak. I have reported this a couple of times. I've spoken to my housing officer. She said she can't do anything. I'm still waiting for someone to call me, someone to come around. Nothing is happening.
Well, I promised Avra I would contact the Housing Association to inquire as to what was going on and what they were going to do to sort things out. I did just that. What's the latest on the case? Let's find out, because Ava's back on the JVS show. Hello, Ava.
Hi, JVS.
Good morning to you, or good afternoon to you now. So, as you know, this company, and I have to be fair to them, in terms of their responses to this programme, I am pleased that they have taken every opportunity to provide good responses to explain what's going on. They're a housing association I've not dealt with before. They're Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing Association, MTVH. Initially, they said, "We are extremely sorry for the position that Ava and her family find themselves in. For quite some time, MTVH staff have been liaising with her and other residents at this particular block as we implement a plan to rectify long-standing upkeep issues. During a similar time frame, MTVH staff have consistently attended to the leaks and other issues at Ava's property. Separately, we've also had regular communication with Ava over the past several weeks regarding a recent leak which has caused some damage. As a result, MTVH's boiler contractor made an initial visit to the property and relevant parts to repair the leak have been ordered. We fully understand Ava's frustration that the matter has not yet been resolved, but we will continue to work closely with the contractor until it's rectified." So that all sounded positive, but I went back to them and said, right, well, you know, when is this all going to happen? When are the parts going to be ready? When is the boiler going to be fixed? And what is Ava supposed to do in the meantime? They then came back with a further response. They said, "We fully understand that this is and has been a very difficult time for Ava and her family." On Friday, MTVH's repairs manager spoke with Ava to discuss how best to move forward, and we repeated our offer to provide temporary alternative accommodation in order for us to manage long-standing repair issues in the property. Regarding the recent leak, we took too long in resolving it. However, we appreciate Ava's cooperation to access her home to repair it. We can confirm that on Friday afternoon, our engineer went to Ava's home with the parts that had been ordered earlier in the week, and we fixed the leak that had caused the damage to Ava's home. We will also work with Ava in order to carry out further previously agreed work, which will include a complete redecoration, repairs to window frames, renewal of locks to the door, and new carpets, starting in the coming weeks. We're pleased that Ava is satisfied with this arrangement, and we will remain in close contact with her throughout. Well, you can't really ask for fair in that. So they were going to arrange for you to go into alternative accommodation, and they were going to arrange for all of the repairs to be carried out to your property. Now, that started a couple of weeks ago, didn't it? How are things looking at the moment?
I believe they're carrying out the work as per se, and I've been down to my apartment, and it looks like things are getting on. Anyways, I got a call from the agency for the temporary apartments I am staying in, by which they have extended my time for another week, which will end next weekend, because the work is still not complete. So that's where we are.
Okay. Now, can I just first of all apologise? The quality of your telephone line is just awful. It's so muffled. I think we need to help you out with your mobile phone as well after we've dealt with your property. I've been off to have a word with MTVH. They have said, We are very pleased with the progress made over the past several weeks to redecorate and renovate Ava's home. Most of the steps previously agreed with Ava have now been completed. As a result, her home has been painted and decorated, new carpets have been fitted, and her boiler has been repaired. The repairs to the washing machine and cooker are being booked in, so these items are ready before Ava returns home. The new heaters and extractor fans are due to be fitted this week. Our team has stayed in touch with Ava throughout to make sure that we're getting it right. Our local surveyor will be meeting Ava next week to make sure that she's happy with the work that has been done. We appreciate Ava's patience and we look forward to her returning home very soon.
Okay.
Which I think is, you can't really ask for fairer than that. I think their response has been excellent. And as long as what they say they're doing, in fact, turns out to be absolutely the truth, and I don't have any reason to question that, but as long as it is the case, then I'm very impressed with the way that they've dealt with this since I got involved.
Yeah, definitely. I must say, they have done very well. I have also spoken with the repairs officer, who basically, we've made a date to meet next week Tuesday for me to have a look around just to make sure everything is okay before I move back in.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's great. And I hope that next time we speak, you will be either back in your property or nearly back in your property, and you'll be absolutely delighted with the work that they have done. And let's hope that it's all to a good standard and that you can get on with just living your life rather than all this blooming, frustration of moving in and out of the house and having certain rooms you can live in and certain rooms you can't live in. I mean, it's just not acceptable. Right, Ava, let's leave it there for now. I'm going to give the Housing Association a bit of this, bit of the horn, because I think they deserve it. So often, unfortunately, on this programme, I deal with housing associations and we get kind of wishy-washy promises and, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Have to be honest, I'm really impressed with the way that they've responded. Keep it up, MTVH, that's all I can say. Ava, we will talk to you very soon. Now, Yulita has lived in her flat for the last 10 years. For 6 of those years, she's owned the property. When she first purchased it from her landlord, the service charge was about £1,600 a year. However, recently the residents were told that there was going to be an increase in the charge to between £6,000 and £9,000, depending on the size of the flat. Yulita was told the money would pay for repairs that were needed to the roof and to the lifts. Well, in June, there was a fire on the roof terrace and it caused substantial damage to whatever was providing the waterproof surface to the roof. As a consequence, when it rained, Yulita said that all water was coming into her property, which is on the top floor. Whilst the repairs were going to be carried out, Yulita and her family were told that they would be moved into a hotel, which would be paid for by the management company's insurance. However, Yulita said none of the work has even started, and she's now been told she could be staying in this hotel well into 2022.
I have been not living in my apartment for the past 4 months. Okay. Recently, I have been told that the repairs are going to take between 4 to 6 months. Okay. So the management company wants me. So I've been living in a hotel with my husband and a 2-year-old child, which we find extremely inconvenient. And we have been told that now we have to look for another accommodation, and that will be a minimum of 6 months.
Well, it was very frustrating that none of the work has started, and all this time Yulita and her family have been living in the hotel. However, when we spoke to the company, they were very quick to point out that they have now begun the repairs to the roof, and they said they were hopeful that the work would be completed by April time of next year. But of course that's still months away. So what is Yulita supposed to do? Where is she supposed to live while this work is carried out? Let's find out, because Yulita's back on the JVS show. Hello, Yulita.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. Now, as you know, from last time we had the conversation, there was this talk of the management company and their insurance company were prepared to cover the cost of a short-term rent on a property, on an alternative suitable property in the area. But it would need to be up to market value of your existing property. And you were saying that this was actually proving to be very difficult to find, largely because all of the landlords of similar properties, when you approached them, were saying that they didn't want someone in there for 6 months, they wanted somebody in their property for a year. So we were going to go back to the management company and to put the ball in their court and say, right, well, this is the problem Ulita is having. Can you please see if you can find some suitable properties for Ulita and her family to move into? Because she's really struggling to find any landlord that are prepared to accept her and her family on these terms. Now, I gather there have been some interesting developments on this. Miles, what's the latest on the case? What's happening now?
Yes, so when I put these concerns to the management company, they contacted back, they sent us an email saying that Ulita had actually emailed them saying that that Ulita had found a property now, so after we'd spoken to her, in her chosen area for a 6-month rent. The management companies contacted the landlord and made all of the arrangements, including paying the deposit in order to secure the property.
Oh. What happened after we spoke then, Ulita? Did you struck gold, did you?
Well, to be honest, I managed to get hold of a property owner who was happy to rent his place for 6 months. Yeah. However, I contacted him this morning asking whether the management company has been in touch with him regarding the payment, as I have not heard from them. And he told me that they weren't. And
well, the management, as you've just heard from Miles, the management company have told us they've even paid the deposit.
Well, I'm not aware of this just because obviously I haven't heard back from the management company myself. And I wanted them in the last email to confirm, to get in touch with the landlord and to arrange the payment. And I asked the landlord, the owner of the property this morning, whether the management company has been in touch with them. And his response was no, not yet. Regarding the payment, this was my specific question.
Well, this is very strange because they've said to us, and their response that you just read, Miles, stated that they'd even paid the deposit. So
they said that made all the arrangements, including paying the deposit, in order to secure the property, and will now cover the monthly rental cost of £1,250.
Okay, Ulita, don't panic. Miles, can we contact the management company now?
Yes.
And just say we're a bit confused because we've literally just spoken to Ulita on the programme, and she says that according to the landlord, he hasn't heard anything yet. So what's going on? We don't want Ulita to lose this property.
Yes.
Because there's been any kind of delay in paying that deposit. So they've either paid it or they haven't. If they have paid it, can they just tell us how they paid it and when? Because the landlord doesn't seem aware of it.
Yeah, we need to make sure she can get into this place.
Okay. Ulita, leave it with us. We'll try and get further update on that, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, David. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes. Back in September of this year, I applied for a driving upgrade my old style licence. I had an old paper one, which I've had since 1977, and it was starting to get rather tatty. And I decided to go and put all the relevant documentation into the envelope and send it all off to the authorities. And it was all signed for. I know it was signed for because I've got proof of it being signed for the following day on the 30th.
Yeah.
But I've had nothing since. I've heard nothing since.
So, sorry, when was that they received it?
The 30th of September.
30th of September. And how long was it suggested it would take for your new one to arrive?
About 6 weeks, or was my thought of the timing.
Right. Okay. And I mean, forgive me, but 30th of September.
Yes.
Surely 30th of September. Right, hang on. How many have we had? So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Well, we're 7. Oh no, hang on, 7, 8, 9. No, 9 weeks. Okay, fine. So it's even if it was 6 weeks, we're well over that. Have you contacted them to find out what's going on and why there's a delay?
Yes, I've emailed them, but the only way you can email the corporation is through a bullet point type of email. So you can't, you can tick off the boxes that are relevant to your problem if you get my meaning.
Yeah.
So I've sent that off, and I have got a reference number as well, which is helpful.
Okay. Now, I presume that, while you're waiting for the new licence, I presume you are still okay to drive?
Yes, I am legally still okay to drive, but I can't produce any documents whatsoever because they've got all the legal documents. They have everything with them.
Right.
And it's all original documentation. They won't accept photocopies.
No. And I presume, I don't know, you don't need any of those documents immediately, do you?
Well, I do, because I've had to turn down a job offer. They couldn't offer me a job legally because I have no photo ID. But they said they could hold a job open for me for only a certain length of time, but legally they can't take me on, and I understand that.
Well, okay, so you're looking for work at the moment?
Just part-time work, Jonathan, seasonal work, because I'm just been retired just over a year, and I'm still feel quite active, and I feel I could do something in the community again.
Great. Well, why not? If you can and if you want to, why not?
Yeah, so I just keep hitting this brick wall, Jonathan.
Right. So you literally cannot get a job at the moment because they've got all of your documentation, all of your official documentation, and you're sometimes required to show that when you're applying for jobs.
Correct. You can go for an interview for a job, by all means, like I did do, because they didn't need to see anything then. But it was when you pass that stage of the interview, then you've got to produce all the documentation. That's when I said, sorry, I can't.
Do you have a passport?
I do, but unfortunately it's 11 years out of date, so it's a useless piece of paper, really.
Right. Okay. You're not interested in, jetting off on holiday anywhere then?
No, never been the jet-setting type, Jonathan, if I'm honest with you.
No. Okay. Right. Well, I can see the predicament you're in, and I think we need to try and hurry them up, don't we, really?
Well, it would be helpful, because there's still a chance I could get some seasonal work done, and things like that, possibly.
When you say seasonal work, what kind of jobs are you looking for?
Well, I've applied for the Royal Mail, because they always advertise this time of year. Right. But they'll want proof of documentation, but you can still apply online while and I've done that. I'm registered with several agencies, but they've all said the same thing. We can't do anything until we see the documentation.
Just out of interest,
photo ID really is the one that's stopping me most.
Just out of interest, if people don't drive and don't have a passport, for example, I'm thinking about my grandmother. She doesn't drive, so she hasn't got a driving licence, and she doesn't go abroad on holiday, so she hasn't got a passport.
Right.
What would you do?
She could apply for a citizen's card.
Right. So you can apply for a citizen's card if you need the photo ID?
Yes, but you still need to produce a birth certificate.
I see. Right. Well, it just shows you, doesn't it?
I think your grandmother would have.
Well, she's 92, so I don't think, to be honest, she's looking for work anyway, to be honest.
I don't think she needs to prove to be a British citizen either, Jonathan.
No, I don't think so.
She's past that now. I think she's, past that exam, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think she probably has. But there must be other people who don't drive and don't have a passport. And it just suddenly occurred to me, what would you do if you wanted to find work? So you would need to apply for a citizen's card.
Yes,
which is like an ID card.
Another avenue. Yes, it's an ID card with your photo on it. Right. With your date of birth printed on there and everything that you need.
Oh, well, there we go. Right. Well, we need to go and have a little word. Just an aside. I've had a text in here.
Yes.
An anonymous text. Number ending 889 says, JVS, the man talking now, I sent my licence off to the DVLA on the 30th of August and it only came back yesterday.
Wow.
So, and I have heard one or two anecdotal stories from people who've said that there does seem to be a real backlog and people are having to wait. But of course, in your case, time really is of the essence. For a lot of people, it won't necessarily matter if they have to wait an extra few weeks. But if ultimately you need that ID to be able to get a job, and you're waiting for it.
Yes.
You know, every day is another day of nightmare, you know,
it is.
Delay of getting work. Let's see what we can do.
Thank you very much.
Miles, can we please get some detail?
I can.
Go and have a word with the DVLA.
Yeah.
And just find out, where is David's application in all of this? He has been waiting a long time and he really needs it for very good reasons. Can they hurry up, please?
I will do that straight away.
Colin bought a new property a couple of years ago, brand new property. And he's had to pay a yearly fee for the upkeep of the surrounding garden areas. And he really doesn't feel as if he's getting value for money.
I pretty much live at the bottom of the estate where there's a balancing pond. Lovely view, or it was a lovely view out of all of our windows. You know, all the kids used to come down, play football on the green. Then sort of COVID hit and things sort of went by and the maintenance wasn't getting done by the developer. But then I sort of thought to myself, well, hold on a minute, my contract's with the maintenance company that I'm paying this yearly fee to, and it's gone on and on and on. It's just an overgrown mess of weeds, dead trees. There's a park there for the kids, it's just overgrown, the bins are not being emptied. There's just I can't see any maintenance whatsoever on the estate.
Well, the management company are blaming the developer for leaving the place in a state, which means they can't then maintain the land. But Colin says he's very worried if nobody steps in soon, this problem's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Colin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Colin.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, let me just recap where we're at. As regular listeners will know who've been following this case with great interest, this relates to two companies. The management company is a company called Preim, Preim. The developer is Crest Nicholson. Preim said on behalf of residents at this particular development, Preim provides management and maintenance services for any completed amenity areas that have been formally handed over from Crest Nicholson, the developer, to the residents' management company. These services are then funded through the service charges that homeowners pay. Over the past 5 months, we've been working very hard with Crest to help move the remaining communal amenity areas to a point where they can be handed over and looked after by us in order to carry out the ongoing maintenance work required. Residents are aware of this progress through our quarterly newsletters and monthly steering committee meetings, and we will continue to share news of when this handover of the communal amenities into the residents' management company is fully complete. OK, well, that all seems fair enough, and the very interesting part of that response was the fact that you said, I'd love to know who's on this steering committee, because I don't know anyone. From all the neighbours you've spoken to, nobody seems to know anyone else that's on the steering committee. And you were saying, I'm fascinated to know which residents are actually advising Preim as to what we want and are involved in the shaping of this development. And you said that you yourself would be interested in joining the steering committee.
I did.
So that was certainly something that we've been exploring, and we'll come back to that because there have been some developments on that in just a second. I also spoke to Crest Nicholson. And Crest Nicholson, if you recall, said that they were hoping to come out and they were going to get it all sorted out in November. They said it will be completed throughout November, at which point the land will be formally handed over to Preim for future maintenance. We apologise for the delay and for any inconvenience this has caused to local residents. Now, that was all fair enough. However, we're now on the 19th of November. I don't know, has any work started yet?
Unfortunately, I haven't seen anybody, Jonathan.
Still no starting on that. So I'm not quite sure when in November Crest Nicholson seem to think they are going to come and do this work that they've agreed to do. I did chase them up, and as you know, they came back with a further response that doesn't really add an awful lot to it, other than the fact that they're now leaving out the month of November from their response. A spokesperson from Crest Nicholson commented, "We are working closely with our contractor on a programme for the completion of the remaining works, which are due to start as soon as possible. We apologise to the residents for the delay in finalising the works at this development, and we appreciate their patience whilst the works are carried out." Well, come on, Crest Nicholson, hurry up, get it done. You said you were going to get it done in November. Colin's going to be very disappointed if that doesn't happen. I'm going to be extremely disappointed if that doesn't happen. Time's running out. It's the 19th of November. You've not got very much longer. Hurry up and get out there and get it done, please. Now, in the meantime, you made contact via the email address we were given from Preem with their manager for the development, and you were expressing an interest in joining the steering committee. Now, when we last spoke, you said, well, I haven't heard anything. They haven't responded to my email at all. I gather that has now miraculously changed. What's going on?
I did receive an email from the management company, but on reading it again, Jonathan, it is only inviting me to the yearly residents meeting. It's not actually inviting me onto the steering group. Now, whether that will be discussed on when the meeting takes place, I don't know.
Right, OK. Well, the details, though, of the meeting, I gather the meeting is due to take place in 8th of December, isn't it?
December, that's correct, yeah.
So, in fact, I've got the letter here in front of me. Let me just read it exactly what they're saying to you. It says here, on behalf of the development company, we would like to invite you to our annual meeting on Wednesday, the 8th of December 2021 at 6:30 p.m, which will be held at. This meeting is your opportunity to meet me, your Preem Limited Customer Account Manager, to discuss matters that relate to your estate, its management, and to ask any questions that you may have.
Brilliant.
The agenda for the meeting is on the reverse of the letter, and if you wish to raise any points for discussion ahead of the meeting, we've included space, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, I think that all sounds positive. That all sounds very much as if they are, they are open to you chipping in and having your say. And apart from anything else, you will definitely at that point be able to raise with them, if they haven't yet formally accepted your request to join the steering committee, you'll be able to present yourself there at the meeting, won't you? And I would imagine some of your neighbours will also want to present themselves at that meeting.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a step forward, Jonathan. I'm not denying that. But there is still no actual response to my email, my personal email, asking to go on the steering group. That I believe that email is just a generic email that's been sent to all of the residents on the estate.
But have you ever had this? Have you ever had this annual meeting before that you've been invited to?
There was one which was done over Zoom because of COVID, which we did join. Yeah, but there's only been one since I've lived on the estate.
But interestingly, on that Zoom meeting, did you not see other members of the steering committee then?
There was people on there. Obviously, some people show their faces on Zoom, some people don't. But no one was introduced as the steering group, and there was no one that had their name that stipulated they were part of the steering group then.
Right. Well, this is going to be an in-person meeting.
Yeah.
So you would imagine that the steering group will be all there and present, and you'll be able to see who's actually on that committee. I mean, I know your concern was initially that because you don't know anyone, your concern was that this steering committee is made up of a whole load of people that in fact don't live on the development, so therefore don't necessarily have the best interests of the development at heart. Preem say that's not the case. They say that there are a number of members who do live in the development, so it would be very interesting to see who they are. It says here, the steering committee is currently made up of 7 residents, all living at this development. They meet on a monthly basis.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll find out on the 8th, because when I go up, hopefully all 7 of them will be there and I'll be able to shake their hands and we'll be able to work together, Jonathan.
We will be able to find out exactly who's on that meeting, absolutely. And I would very much hope that the next time you and I speak, you will be able to report that Crest Nicholson swooped in towards the end of November with a crack team who were able to sort out all the remaining garden issues, and it's all looking absolutely marvellous now. I hope that's what's going to happen. If not, I will be going back to Crest Nicholson, and I will be very, very disappointed.
Yep.
We'll talk
We
very
can
soon,
only keep
Colin.
we can only keep our fingers crossed. That's all we can do.
Well, and as I've said to you, I'm staying across this until it's done. So, the sooner it gets done, the sooner I'll shut up. So there we go. Brilliant. Colin, we'll talk very soon, okay? Now, David is an engineer and he drives around a lot locally for his job. He received a letter saying he'd been fined for driving in a bus lane. Well, he tried to get more information as to where this was and where he'd apparently made the mistake, but he struggled to speak to the relevant department at the council, so in the end he decided to just pay the £90 fine. Well, a week later he got another letter. Now, initially he ignored it, thinking it was a mistake, but again, eventually he decided to pay that fine as well. He thought that was the end of it, but it turns out he'd been fined 4 times. 2 times he'd paid the fine, the other 2 he didn't know about. And as a consequence of all of this, his vehicle was clamped.
They obviously got enforcement agents that came around the house and they clamped my van. So I didn't even know about these 2 until after they clamped my van. So I had to pay nearly £700 to get the clamp off my van.
£700?
Yeah. £700, yeah. And they said to me, these 2 are for a different bus lane in the same place, sort of scenario. So that's when I phoned them. They said to me, "Oh, these 2 you didn't. It was returned, so therefore I obviously didn't know that I had them." So they said, "Oh, the only thing you can do is try and appeal it." But the form that they sent me was a form to stop the enforcement, but the enforcement had already happened.
So David has now ended up paying the £700 in order to get his vehicle released. But he's very unhappy because he feels as if this was all very confusing. It was a genuine mistake. He didn't realise that he had driven his vehicle in a bus lane. He'd tried to seek clarity from the local authority as to what was going on unsuccessfully. And he just believed because all of these apparent infringements had come at the same time, he didn't know that there were 4 separate infringements. He thought there were only 2. So he was very much hoping that the council may take pity on him and may let him off the other 2 and therefore refund him the £700 that he's had to pay in order to get his vehicle released. Well, I know we've been speaking to the local authority. David's back on the JVS show. Hello, David.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello to you. Now, Miles, just very briefly, bring us up to speed with what the council have had to say when we approached them, because they weren't very sympathetic, were they?
No. So at first, when we spoke to them, it's Northamptonshire Council, they were telling us about this bus lane. They said that the signage in place complies with legislation. The bus gate's fully enforceable. Fines for breaching the regulations went live on the 1st of February 2021. That explains why David would have been using it in the past. And the change was advertised in local newspapers and on social media. Initially starting with a 1-week warning notice period to allow motorists to adjust to the new restrictions. They explained all of that. When we went back and said that David was unhappy about the 2 fines that had been confirmed had been sent back, apparently, to the council instead of being received by David, and the amount that he's had to pay having his van clamped, they came back and said if a case had been transferred to an enforcement agent and the motorist had grounds for appeal such as change of address, there's opportunity to submit a late witness statement or a late statutory declaration to the Traffic Enforcement Centre. In this instance, there was an opportunity to apply to file a late statutory declaration. However, contact was only made with West Northants Council after David had paid the enforcement agent. So likely this application would not be accepted due to him have already made the payment. As the cases are now both closed, no further action can therefore be taken.
Right. So the council says tough, basically. They say that you had an opportunity and you didn't take it, and therefore the amount that you ended up having to pay to get your vehicle released, that's not something that they're going to look to refund you. Is there anything further, though, that you can do, or is this just one of those things and you're going to have to suck it up, as frustrating as that is? Well, there's one man who will know if there is a way of you being able to get that money back. His name is Nick Freeman. He's a criminal defence lawyer known as Mr. Loophole, and I'm very pleased to say he's on the other line. Hello, Nick.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. So this is all a bit of a nightmare for David. Is there anything he can do, or does he just have to suck this one up?
Well, it's in short, I think he's got problems. What I'm not clear about is the vehicle registered at the home address because he's received some tickets, 2 tickets, and not received 2. And I just wonder, was there any change in registration or anything of that sort, or has it always been registered at his home address or a business address?
David, can you answer that?
Yeah, it's always been registered at that address.
Yeah. So when a PCN's issued, he's got to be paid within 28 days. So David should have had 4 PCNs. The council accepts that 2 haven't in fact been issued. Normally when they're not paid within 28 days, you then get what's called a notice to owner. And I just wonder whether you received those, David.
I got a notice, I think, from the court. But
about judgment, in relation to the judgment?
Yeah, it just says unpaid penalty charge, basically, from the court. But those, I got 2.
When did you get that? When did you get that?
I paid.
What date? David? Yeah, because the offences were in March, weren't they?
Yeah, this was the 20th of the 7th, 2021.
Right, so
one of them.
I mean, the difficulty you have, David, I'm afraid, is so much time has expired, and all the procedures that were open to you, including a statutory declaration saying, look, I've not had these. All this is long since expired, and without wishing to be unkind to you, things sometimes they haven't arrived, they should have done, but when you get something to make you aware of it, you have a limited time framework to deal with it. Normally with these things, 21 days, and you could have gone and sworn a stat dec to be adjudicated within 21 days on the basis, look, you've not received the notice, either the PCN or the notice to owner. So you forked out, because yours is a van, that's why it's out, but £691 is probably the exact amount that you had to pay the release fee. Is that about right? Maybe some additional charges. When you received the initial PCN, how was it sent to you? Was it first class post? Was it registered post or recorded delivery? Can you remember?
The ones I got was just I think it just came as a normal name. I think it's like a second class. I think.
Second class.
It's just a normal post. It wasn't a signature required or anything like that. It was just a normal letter sent with the post.
Okay. I mean, they should be sent first class post at least. They should be sent first class post.
Are you just guessing, though, that it was second class, David?
The reason I've got an envelope with me which says 2 on it, and it said advance letter. That's what it says. So I'm assuming that means.
But was that from the council or was that from the court?
I'm not 100% sure, to tell the truth on that one. I can't.
When you got the note from the court, David, in July, what did you do then?
In July, I actually thought I paid them. Does that make sense? The 2 that I got, I thought I paid them already, because I said to myself, well, I've already paid these, so I kind of ignored it.
But they should have. The notices, the judgment that you would have obtained from the court would have specified the amount and also the dates of the offences. It should have had full information in relation to everything, so you'd know exactly what your situation was.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look,
I'm sure it does say that, but I think the problem that David has got throughout all of this, Nick, is that because there were these other 2 penalties that he'd paid, he just wrongly assumed that subsequent letter from the court was to do with the ones that he'd already paid. But he was wrong to make that assumption.
But I'm just concerned how the council could obtain judgment for the full amount for 4 tickets, or it's 2 outstanding tickets, isn't it? It was 2 outstanding tickets. If they know they haven't been served,
that was my complaint, really.
I don't. Yeah, well, they haven't served them on you, but then they should have followed them up, you see, with a notice to the owner. And I'm just wondering whether you've actually had that and assumed that related to something you'd already paid. Because
that's what I thought. Because the 2 letters I got from the court was ones I thought I've already paid these 2. So
but again, they'd have the dates on, David, wouldn't they? They'd have the dates on for the offences. The dates were the 8th of March, 16th of March, 25th of March, and 31st of March. And the first 2 didn't arrive, and the second 2. So.
Because I've got different dates. Because I've got dates of conviction on the 16th of the 3rd, January, February, which is March. Yeah.
Yeah.
It which was one of them, and the other one was...
didn't arrive. That one didn't arrive. Neither did the one on the 8th of March. Yep. And the two that did arrive were the 25th and the 31st. But so when you've got a notice to the owner, it will have told you what dates those relate to, and those would have related to the 8th of March and the 16th of March because you've already paid the other two. That's the problem.
Yeah.
What I suggest you do... Sorry, David, I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, because obviously I paid them and thought nothing of it. I didn't actually check the dates to see, what.
Yeah.
And I think that is the problem for you. Cutting to the nub of this, that is unfortunately going to be the problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it is. It is. I mean, as I say, I don't mean to be unkind, but you are the author of your own misfortune because you've just not looked at the documentation. You need to look, the dates are very important because you then had the opportunity of saying, look, I've not had this, it's not been served, etc., and it could have been dealt with. What I suggest you do, having said all that, is you write a letter to the council. They've acknowledged these two documents haven't been served, so far as I'm aware, but I imagine they're just going to simply say, look, you have had a notice to the owner, and that would cover them for the lack of service. And I do think, I'm afraid, you're in a situation where there's no remedy. You could make a complaint against the council, getting notice when they know they haven't served the original PCNs on you, but they'll probably reply and say, look, we've sent the notice to the owner. I think you recognise and acknowledge that. And so I don't think there's anywhere to go, I'm afraid, David. I think you've got to put this down to bitter experience. I'm really sorry to say that to you. And just be very careful when you get formal documents. You deal with them. It's a note to all your listeners, Jonathan, that when you get these documents, there's all sorts of nonsense on the internet. Ignore them. Do this, do that. I'm not suggesting that's what David's done, but they need and deserve prompt response. As soon as you get it, you look at it, you make sure you react properly because you've got a limited time framework to pursue all the avenues, and there are many avenues that would be open to you. Which you may or may not have succeeded on. At the end of the day, you obviously drove the car 4 times on a bus lane, but the problem is you just paid a release fee, which is much, much greater than the total number of fines. The best thing would have been to pay the 4 fines as quickly as possible and know that the bus lane's there. So I'm sorry to say, but I can't find a loophole for you.
Well, and that's why we wanted you, Nick, because I know from past experience, if anyone can find something that a council or whoever it may be should have done that they haven't done properly, it's you. And if you're looking at this situation and saying, do you know what, I don't think there is anywhere you can go, then at least, David, that really it is, it's a fait accompli, really, isn't it? You've just got to accept that you've had to pay that money and that's it, and into it, move on.
Yeah. I kind of have at the moment. I've obviously not doing that again anyway, and I've stopped even shopping in that area just to keep away from that area. I've just got fed up with it.
Well, yeah, but you see, and the other thing that is just worth pointing out, and this is something that we've experienced before, Nick, when local authorities suddenly change a road and suddenly make it a bus lane, and you've lived in that area for years and years, you've driven your car down that road all the time, you don't necessarily look out for the new signs that come up. You don't necessarily notice it.
You don't, and there's a procedure in terms of advertisement, everything they need to do, local papers, etc. Then they allow you a week's grace, but that will not capture everybody, and that doesn't stop you when you do commit the offence for the first time. And you've not been in that area for, say, 6 months or something, and you don't drive frequently, writing the council say, look, I'm really sorry, I had no idea, I haven't been there before. And one would like to think that the council would say, look, this is your first offence, we're going to let you off because we accept you didn't know. Obviously, the signs should be clearly there. One has to be observant of the driver, and, if there are new signs that come up, you need to look at them and see what they say. Because signage is obviously a problem, and it must be clear, it must be visible, and it must be non-ambiguous.
It's one of those things. If they had a sign that said that you'd be fined if you drove through it, then nobody would obviously do it, and it'd stand out like a sore thumb, if you know what I mean.
Right. Well, okay.
They don't do that. It's deliberately to try and catch people out to get their money.
Well, no. I mean, to be fair, there is a dirty great sign that says it's a bus lane. So I mean, if you're not driving a bus,
driving for it.
I think all drivers, David, or most drivers know that, if you go into a bus lane, you are going to get a whacking fine. I mean, that's, it's like parking, isn't it? It's the same thing, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
It's a bête noire of motorists, but it's there, and we're not going to change it. We just have to hold them to account. And I just think the lesson here is you've got to look at your documents very carefully in future and promptly. Yeah.
David, at least now you can put this to bed knowing that, the best man in the business, Mr. Loophole, has looked at it and can't find a loophole for you to get off this. You're going to, that money you've paid, unfortunately, it was owed and there's no way you can get out of it.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Okay.
Thanks for your help anyway, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you, David. And Nick, as always, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Cheers, David. Bye-bye.
Nick Freeman is a criminal defence lawyer known as Mr. Loophole. Alex was sadly diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer and 2 types of breast cancer. She's only 43 and she's a mum to 2 young children. Understandably, being given that kind of diagnosis, she was absolutely devastated. Well, Alex is being treated privately by one of the country's top surgeons who's removed a lot of the cancer. She's now having chemotherapy to hopefully put her in remission. Alex has a lot of friends who all wanted to try and do what they could to help. One of her friends came across what they believed to be a dietitian who they thought could give Alex some good advice as to what she should be eating. All of the sessions came to a total cost of £600, and the friend wanted to go halves. So Alex decided to go ahead. She filled in lots of forms and had a consultation with this lady over Zoom. What Alex didn't realise was that as part of her treatment at the hospital, she would also have access to a dietitian that worked alongside the oncologist. And the problem is, the advice the dietitian at the hospital has given her is completely different to what she was told by the other lady. In fact, some of the paid-for advice Alex was saying had given her real cause for concern. So she asked for some of her money back.
I realise you actually have done lots of work. You've gone through my questionnaires, and we've had a couple of Zoom sessions. Could I have a partial refund for your time? And I just got sent the T's and C's and told to look at section so-and-so. And no, it's not, because I was the patient and I stopped the treatment.
Well, what was interesting, and this was something that I wasn't aware of, was that a dietitian is different to a nutritionist, or certainly can be different. A dietitian is a legally recognised term for someone who has qualifications in diet and is formally recognised as someone that can advise people on what they should be eating. A nutritionalist is different. There isn't the same kind of legal responsibility on that person to have qualifications or to know what they're talking about. Now, the lady that Alex had paid the £600 to described herself as a nutritional therapist with an expertise in cancer treatment. I went off to have a word with that person. Alex is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Alex.
Well, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, to cut a very long story short, the nutritional therapist came back and said that as far as she was concerned, she had done everything to the best of her ability, and she had done so with the knowledge that she has as a nutritional therapist. And she stood by everything that she had told you. In terms of the clinic that she was working for, the clinic also seemed to support this nutritional therapist, but did also say that as part of their terms and conditions, they would be prepared to look at giving you some of your money back if you had only had some of the treatment from this nutritional therapist. But they said, they seemed to imply that you hadn't formally complained to them and outlined that that was exactly what you wanted, which is why they hadn't offered it to you. Well, you said, to be honest, you feel as if they're just playing with semantics, because the second appointment, so-called appointment that you had with the nutritional therapist was actually after you'd complained and said you weren't happy, and it was an opportunity that the nutritional therapist took to try and assure you that her advice was good advice. Now, I should just point out the the other interesting element to this is that the evidence that the nutritional therapist is relying on is all evidence from America. It is not evidence from the United Kingdom. Now, I have no idea whether that evidence is good, whether the advice that was given by the doctors in America is good or absolute nonsense. Because, of course, they are doctors outside of the United Kingdom. They don't fall under the United Kingdom jurisdiction in terms of when it comes to giving out medical advice. So I certainly think it is advisable for you to listen to the dietitian working for your UK-based hospital alongside the oncologist, who already has done wonderful work for you in terms of trying to get you better. Yes. The way we left all of this last time was that the clinic had suggested they were now prepared to give you some of your money back. And that was something that you were prepared to accept. What's happened since we last spoke, Alex?
Yes, Jonathan. So I contacted the clinic via email to ask them how to proceed with the refund. And they rang me, I gave them my bank details, and I have indeed got my refund.
And how much have they given you back?
They gave me £375.
Right. Okay.
Yes. So I'm happy with that. I mean, I think I'm still sort of a little bit annoyed how they charged me to complain, basically, for my what they called their so-called second consultation, which it wasn't really. But I am willing to let that go, and I have.
Yeah.
So.
And again, I just want to reiterate to everybody listening to the programme, when you are seeking advice, particularly advice regarding medical matters, it is always advisable to speak to people that are medically qualified first. And if you're considering consulting with an alternative therapist of some kind, always run it past your proper doctor first, just to see what their thoughts are, because it may well be that they end up saving you some money by saying, I wouldn't if I were you. Alex, do I thank this clinic or not? Do we just kind of leave it there? How do you want to kind of play this?
I think they deserve to be thanked, Jonathan. Okay. I really do. So
Ben came to me. Ben was telling me he went to a local park with his family. Before leaving the car park, he went over to pay for the parking. He'd used this car park many times before, so he knew the system, he knew how he had to pay. But on this particular occasion, things appear to have gone horribly wrong.
So it takes your registration as you enter in, and then you type it into the machine once you're finished, and it gives you the time that you entered and the time that you're leaving. So thought nothing of it, carried on, and then I got a letter through the post saying that you owe us money, you haven't paid enough. So I contacted the company. And I said, well, I have paid. They were questioning that I've done it all wrong. So I decided to go back up to the car park and test it out because I wanted to know if I was right or in the wrong. I went and tested it and I was right. Went to the machine, typed my registration in after the visit to the park again, and it told me the time of entry and the time that I was exiting.
Well, the car parking company still stands by the fine, the so-called fine. It's not really a fine, it's an invoice because it's a private parking company, but we'll call it a fine for the purposes of this conversation. They still stand by the fine that they issued Ben with. That's exactly why he came to my programme. Ben's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Ben.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. So this is Willen Lake that you had decided to visit, and it's Napier Parking. That's the private parking company that has given you this so-called fine for not having paid enough money, even though their machine in the car park told you how much you needed to pay at the end of your stay there. Now, Miles, can you just recap and remind us of what Napier Parking said when we approached them for a response? What's their justification for all of this?
So they've said that Ben was on site for an hour and 54 minutes from 9 minutes past 5 in the evening until 3 minutes past 7. Only a payment of 50p was made for a 30-minute stay, and this payment was made at 7:01, so just before he's gone back to his car. The payment was selected to cover the period period of 2 minutes to 7 until 29 minutes past 7. So prepaying, so to speak. We've been told that it's pay on exit there, but they're saying that he's prepaid. Prior to any fixed charge being issued, manual checks are undertaken by the team to find payments that match more or less the time the vehicle was on site, and registrations that have been incorrectly entered, but an appropriate payment has been made. In such case, a fixed charge should not be issued. That's not what they're saying happens here. There will be the requirement to have a function, they're saying, on these machines where the driver enters their data manually, sometimes referred to as an honesty function. For example, if connectivity is lost, a vehicle does not have a front number plate, such as a motorcycle, or the entry was not detected due to a vehicle being instructed on the way in. So there are a few reasons why not. Now, we have had other people call in to the programme the other day to say that they've had similar issues at the same car park.
And the point is, the secondary thing that they raise there in that response about this honesty payment, I mean, that doesn't apply in your case, Ben, because the machine clearly clocks you going into the car park and clearly clocks you going out. You put your correct registration number in. You didn't make a mistake with the registration number. You've got a receipt that shows your actual registration number, and that receipt shows the amount of money that the machine told you were going to have to pay. So if you've paid what their machine asked you to pay, it seems an absolute blooming cheek that Napier Parking are now coming after you for much more money, because they're suggesting that in some way, because of their machine's mistake, you have to now pay. Well, I cannot understand it at all. And they are absolutely unbudging in their position on this. They're not prepared to back down at all. Now, Miles, I asked you to go and have a word with the Parks Trust, because they ultimately own the land. They're responsible for Willen Lake. They are the ones that will have employed Napier Parking to manage this car park. What have they had to say for themselves?
So they've come back to us with the following. Napier Parking operate our car parks at Willen Lake. Any complaints or appeals need to go through Napier directly. We're confident in their processes and believe that any complaints will be dealt with fairly. Willen Lake cannot get directly involved in the appeals process. Napier Parking are part of the International Parking Community's approved operator scheme. They follow a code of conduct and have the added safeguard for consumers who appeal on time of having access to the Independent Appeals Service, which is a certified alternative dispute resolution entity. We believe that in this case no appeal process has been lodged despite it having been offered. That's what they're saying.
Right. So, Ben, there we go. I mean, we have the response from both the landowner and the management of the car park. How do you want to proceed? Because I presume you're not prepared to pay what they're asking you to pay.
Absolutely not. No, it's infuriating. I'm not prepared to pay when I've already paid, as far as I'm concerned.
So what are you going to do? Because as I mentioned to you before, the only thing that Napier Parking can do, they're not a local authority, so they don't have the power, unlike a local authority, to just fine you. This so-called penalty charge notice, or however they've dressed it up, it's ultimately just an invoice. It's a business invoice. And the only way they can pursue you is to take you to the small claims court. Now, of course, it goes without saying that when things go to court, you can always lose as well as win. But what are you prepared to do? Are you prepared to let it go that far and to say to them, do you know what, if this goes to court, I will simply present my side of the argument and I'm content and confident that I will win?
I think I'll win. Because it's obviously, it's plain as day, isn't it, what's happened? And there seems to be an issue with their machine. And, let's take it to court.
Well, I would be fascinated to know whether they do indeed decide to take you to court. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't warn you of the fact that, things can sometimes, if they go to court, not go your way. So it is always a risk. But I would be fascinated to know if they do actually decide to take it to court.
This is it. I mean, what do I do now? Just sit tight?
Well, there are several different ways you could proceed. I mean, you could go down the appeals process using this independent arbitration. You could go down that if you wanted to. The other thing you could do is you could wait to see if they contact you any further. if they contact you any further, to write back to them and say, I have already provided evidence that I paid for the parking on the day in question and that I paid the amount that your machine requested I pay. This is now I don't know whether this will be the second or third letter that you have received from Napier Parking. I need to make you aware of the fact that I am now going to start charging you an hourly fee for dealing with this ongoing complaint with your company. My hourly fee is £50 an hour, and I should advise you that if you wish to pursue me through the Small Claims Court, I will countersue you for the time that I'm now spending on dealing with this.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yep.
And, you need to make the decision as to which of those paths you go down. One thing I would like you to do, please, is to keep me posted and let me know what happens.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it will, as I say, it will be interesting because, well, I'd like to say I can't see any chance of them taking you to court because they will look at this and think, oh dear, we're not going to win this. However, sometimes companies do bizarre things and sometimes things do not go the way you expect them to go. So it would just be very interesting to see what they do decide to do. Keep us posted, please, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Stephen booked a holiday to Turkey for next year, hopeful that by then he'd be able to jet off without any kind of COVID restrictions. A couple of months later, well, things started to go wrong.
I was on this social media hotel group and they said, oh, my holiday's been cancelled. And 3 or 4 more people said, yeah, same thing, holiday's been cancelled. So I contacted the holiday provider. I said, apparently the holiday's been cancelled. They said, no, it hasn't. No, still going ahead, you're all good. I left it a week or so, and I contacted the holiday provider saying, is it still okay? They said, oh, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's still okay. I'm thinking, well, that's strange. So I contacted the hotel direct. I said, could you tell me if my holiday's still going ahead? And they said, oh, no, that's cancelled. They just said, yeah, I'm sorry, that booking's cancelled. So, contacted the holiday provider again. I said, I'm just, is this holiday still going ahead? And they said, oh, yeah. And I went, well, I've got an email from the hotel direct saying it's cancelled. And they said, oh, no, that's not right.
Well, I mean, this is most bizarre, isn't it? Stephen's still none the wiser as to why the hotel had apparently decided to cancel his holiday and why the tour operator still seemed to be very much under the impression that the holiday was going ahead as planned. Well, we went off to have a word with the holiday company on Stephen's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Stephen.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Stephen. Now, this is an intriguing one. And Miles, last time we spoke, and I think this is a TUI holiday, is it not?
Yes, it is.
TUI had come back to us and said, yep, nothing to worry about. The holiday's going ahead as planned. Nothing to see here.
Pretty much their exact statement was, we're very sorry for the confusion. We can confirm that Stephen's holiday is still going ahead and that he will be able to travel as planned. So that's exactly what they said.
Now, we have approached the actual owner of the hotel. The owner of the hotel is aware of our inquiry. They have promised us that they are investigating, but at this stage they still have not come back with a response, which is irritating and unhelpful, I have to be honest. And I think we are now getting to a point where we need to make it clear to them that we are going to identify them and the hotel. However, I understand in the meantime, Stephen, you've now heard something further from TUI.
Yeah, I've been talking to them regularly, and I was on an online chat thing, and they said the holiday change people will contact me in due course. But I've been waiting 10 weeks now, so that's still too long to wait. It's very strange.
What do you mean by the holiday change bit? I mean, based on their response to us, there's nothing to change.
Yeah, they told me the holiday change department will be in touch with me to sort something out.
What, so they're now suggesting that in actual fact there is a problem with the holiday?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
for goodness sake.
And I contacted ABTA, and they told me that they lost the contract for the hotel, so it's definitely not going ahead.
What, so hang on a minute. So ABTA, that's the Association of British Travel Agents,
yeah,
they have told you that TUI have lost the contract for that particular hotel?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you got that in writing?
Yes, I've got it in email somewhere, yeah.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what I'd like us to do. This is becoming very frustrating and more confusing every time we talk about it. Miles, can we go back to TUI?
Yes.
Can we say, do you wish to change your original statement you sent us? Because it would appear there does seem to be a problem with this. Can we also have a word with Sean Tipton at ABTA and ask him to confirm from ABTA's perspective what is going on with this hotel? And can we also just say to the hotel, their deathly silence is really, really unhelpful here? Yep. Because we've got a customer who's paid good money to go to a hotel on a holiday next year that has no idea whether that holiday is going to go ahead or not. TUI, in the meantime, still seem to have that hotel on their website for new customers to book. You know, what on earth is going on? Right, OK, Stephen, we will get to the bottom of this. More inquiries to make. We will talk to you very soon.
OK, thank you very much.
Thank you. Please keep us posted of anything else you hear,
Yes,
and we will obviously do the same.
Anything I'll forward it to you.
OK, smashing. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Miles, for your work on that case.